All right. Oh, my button's over again. There we go. All right, good afternoon. I think it's evening yet. Um, Today is Tuesday, January 20th. I'd like to call this meeting of the City Plan Commission to order. It is 4:55 p.m. Let's do a roll call, starting with Miguel.
Miguel Casado.
Dave Caldwell.
Rachel Dodson.
Young Mantrikar, DPD staff.
Bob Azar, DPD staff.
Sharon Garner, legal counsel.
And I am Michael Gazdacko, Chair. You all should have received the draft of the minutes from the December 15th, 2025 meeting for your review prior. Has everyone read them? Are there any edits? Corrections, a motion to approve if.
Move to accept the minutes.
Second. All right, we'll do a vote for this. All in favor of accepting the minutes as drafted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The minutes are approved. Oh, I didn't even realize it. It's our first meeting of the year, so we have to do election of officers again. Bob, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll just
introduce that.
Yep. So we have right now the three officers: Chair Michael Gazdacko, Vice Chair Charlotte Lipschitz, and our secretary is Noel Sanchez. And as far as I know, all of those officers are willing to serve another term. And if one were so inclined to move to nominate the slate of those three, I think we'd be happy with that.
Would anyone care to nominate or nominate a different slate of officers? You've so.
I move to approve to nominate the slate as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of moving the slate of officers as they currently stand, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Carry it forward as is. Director's report.
Okay, well, we continue to advance implementation of the comprehensive plan through many iterations of zoning changes. We have two that recently passed through the City Plan Commission. As you'll recall, one is related to building design standards, and the other one was a lot of miscellaneous changes, many of which were to implement the various new state laws, and some items related to the comprehensive plan, specifically the gas station provisions, and then some other sort of cleanup as we continue to refine the ordinance. Those will be heard by the City Council on February 11th. There will be an informational session in front of the Ordinance Committee next week on the 28th at 5:30. So we'll have staff presenting at that meeting. And we will continue throughout the year to advance the comprehensive plan. And I believe, one staffing change I'll mention. You'll remember that Tim Shea, our former community planning manager, he resigned. We've replaced him with Chris Martin, who is an outstanding staffer. He was a principal planner, and we're in the process of hiring to backfill that position.
Well, I wish Tim the best of luck. It was a good day. All right, with that, we will move into our first agenda item, which is a minor subdivision with Unified Development Review. It's a public hearing for case number 25-087 UDR 75 Layton Street.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Quick introduction while the applicants make their way up. This is a request for a minor subdivision on a lot that contains two buildings, a 3-family dwelling and a single-family dwelling. It measures 4,400 square feet. The applicant is proposing to subdivide into 2 lots of 2,200 square feet each, keeping each building on a lot. Related to this subdivision is relief that's required. And it pertains to lot size, lot width, impervious coverage, as well as the minimum pervious coverage requirement. In addition to parking. And so I guess the applicant's here and they can walk you through how this relief is required.
Do you have a presentation?
We need you to, hang on, I want to make sure you're talking into the microphone. Everyone in this room and in the virtual room needs to be able to hear you.
You need to get it very close to you.
Yeah, it's not gonna work there.
Yep.
Better?
No.
Is it on?
Yeah, I think it's on.
Lev?
Yeah, worked earlier.
It's good that it happened now instead of halfway through your presentation. You'd really lose your flow in that. I hate it when that happens. Not working.
Yeah. So.
Nothing worse than losing your flow. You're not ready there, are you?
Yeah.
Ah. Is Dylan in the audience here? Yeah, does he need to be does Dylan need to be promoted?
Here's Angell.
Who's gonna do who's doing the presentation?
Oh, he said just on Angel.
Do you want to be promoted so that you can project onto the screen?
Yeah, however.
That's. We struck out on presence.
Yeah.
You're the ones that. Yeah. I'll check it. I'll be there again.
Yeah,
Next week or two. I'll be there at least once or twice before next meeting.
Oh, trust me, we built the lot.
I look for stuff.
Yeah.
To the kind of healthy individuals.
It's added to the file.
Just a reminder that once we get going, make sure the witnesses are sworn.
Oh, yeah. All 3 of these are UDR, right?
Yes.
And for testimony too,
Yes.
right?
Do
Don't we have to swear them in for testimony as well? Yeah,
everybody
everything.
except for
Yes.
Yeah.
everybody except the lawyers.
Yeah.
And he's the one.
That's that board down, he works with the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
This thing on.
Now it is. All right, you make it.
Thank you. Thank you and good, I'd say at this point, probably evening, not to mention. My name is Zachary Bordelli, here to present on behalf of the applicant for a UDR application at 75 Laban Street. To my left, I have Mr. Peter Friedrichs. And to my right, I have Mr. David Oliveira on behalf of the property owner. This is just an overview of the slideshow that we are about to present, kind of outlining where we will be, how we will be progressing with regards to the various levels of relief that we're requesting and meeting the standards required for obtaining a minor subdivision as well. Brief project overview, as you can see on this GIS screenshot. We have submitted a minor subdivision to put two principal dwellings, each on their own lot. This lot is currently occupied by both a 3-family and a single family. The 3-family is the one directly fronting on Laban Street. The single family is the one in the rear. This is a summary of the relief that we are or may be requesting, and the questionable items or the possible items pertain to the parking spaces. As it could be seen on the GIS screenshot, it's a small lot. It's a little difficult to try and put parking on there. And as you can see over on the subdivision plan, it's a little difficult. It might be a little difficult to see it here, but this is only 7.5 feet wide. Less than what is required in the zoning ordinance for a parking space. So we are proposing a compact space. If this commission does not want a compact space, then we would ask for complete parking relief. But overall, it's an existing substandard lot, so obviously subdividing that, need relief for the lot area, the lot width, maximum front yard impervious, again, parking, some setbacks and building coverage. Which lays out exactly what we're asking for in terms of the lot area for each of the proposed lots, the lot width for each of the proposed lots, the front yard impervious for the lots, the building coverage, the rear setback, and as proposed lot 1 is a single family, that would be required to have 1 parking space. If the compact space is not approved, then we would ask for 0 parking to be provided. And the 3-family, because the driveway is being attributed to the single family, we would ask for 0 parking being provided on this where 3 is required. And we will get into the dimensional variance approval standards. And like I said before, to my left is Mr. Peter Friedrichs. I would like to introduce him as our expert and get him qualified to present testimony as a land use expert for this matter.
Make sure we're sworn in, all the witnesses.
Yeah, any witness that you have to present today needs to be sworn in by the stenographer.
Raise your hand, please. Please tell me swear the testimony about giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God.
I do.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Yes, Peter Friedrichs, first name Peter, last name Friedrichs.
Mr. Friedrichs, can you just state your qualifications as a land use expert?
Yes, I think he's been recognized.
I believe we've recognized Mr. Friedrichs as an expert previously in the area of land use, so we can do so again with that.
Great, thank you. Mr. Friedrichs, have you looked at the application for 75 Laban Street?
I have, I do have a quick aside comment. The commissioners are probably familiar with this, but maybe news for the public. You know, the general planning principle here is the smaller chunks you divide the dwelling ownership into, the easier it is for folks to afford them. This situation here is a predates zoning where, you know, now we're putting houses on 1 lot with 1 yard. This is 2 principal dwelling units on 1 lot. So by subdividing it creating two smaller lots, two principal dwellings, each on their own lot. It makes it easier for homeowners to participate in real estate. The way it's set up frequently and in Providence is it requires variance. There's no development being proposed, so I challenge this commission that maybe this could be done administratively. One route here we have is minor subdivision with UDR. I was in front of the zoning board with Zach 2 weeks back for an administrative subdivision where it was 2 lots. And that also needed zoning relief, so it went to the zoning board in that case. But when there's no development being proposed, it could be administrative, and that's something I think we're gonna look at the state level to try and make this situation easier, make smaller digestible chunks for homeowners. But yes, can you repeat your questions, Zach? So,
Have you reviewed the materials for this application?
I have.
And you're familiar with the standards for granting a dimensional variance?
I am.
In your opinion, is the hardship imposed on this property due to the unique characteristics of the land or structure?
It is, as I mentioned, this is does occur primarily on development that predates zoning, but it is pretty rare. And this is one of the few examples where this does exist. It's not at all common.
So this is not a hardship related to the general characteristics of the neighborhood?
Correct.
And how would you support that statement?
So as I mentioned, we tried to put a report together in bite-sized chunks. There are no lots within the notice area that meet this qualification.
Do you have any evidence that the hardship is due to a physical or economic disability?
You do not.
Do you have any evidence that this hardship is due to the result of an prior action of the applicant?
We do not.
In your opinion, would the granting of the variance alter the general character of the surrounding neighborhood?
It would not. Again, there's no development proposed beyond the extent that we're trying to get more compliant with parking on the subject property.
Would granting this variance have any impairment on the intent of the zoning ordinance?
It would not. The purpose and intent of a zoning ordinance is standard statewide. So Providence recites that at the top of its zoning ordinance. We pulled out a few of the highlights on that, but again, this is about diversifying housing availability and making it easier for homeownership.
In your opinion, would the granting of this variance have any impact on the comprehensive plan?
I will say that the granting the variances is not inconsistent with the purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan. In fact, it supports many of the objectives of the comprehensive plan.
In your opinion, does the hardship amount to more than a mere inconvenience for permitted use on this property? If so, what is said permitted use?
So I think currently it's a 4-unit property with subdivision that would go down to a single family and a 3-family, which is compliant with the zoning district.
And with this, does the hardship amount to more than a mere inconvenience on this property?
Again, there's no development being proposed, so requiring the variances does amount to more than a mere inconvenience. It's a non-conforming property, and the use would be conforming if the variances were granted with the subdivision.
Thank you. We'll now turn to the standards for granting minor subdivision.
Can we just revisit those findings again? I think we need to get a little bit more meat on the bone, just for record purposes. We are hearing a zoning application, so we need it to be substantive testimony of the hardship to incurred. So maybe go down those again and try to more than just, we don't feel like it needs to be here. We need to know why the hardship exists.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I can make it a little bit easier for them because the state law has recently changed with regard to unified development review. They're not required to make a finding about prior action of the applicant. That was taken out of the state law recently. I think because some planning boards have considered that the application itself for a minor subdivision is prior action of an applicant. So that's why you don't see that one in our staff report.
I guess the alternative, to pursuing the subdivision to become compliant would be to demolish a unit, and I don't think that's a policy objective of the city at the moment, nor prudent, and would certainly amount more than mere inconvenience.
I feel like this will still go through,
Yeah, just so that we have it on the record.
from the beginning.
Yes, please.
Go ahead. All right, Mr. Friedrichs, what is the hardship on this property?
Again, in order to become compliant, it would require pretty extreme action by the property owner, and granting variances with the subdivision allows for the use of the property to comply with the requirements of the Providence zone.
And this hardship is due to the, as you just stated, the character of the land or structure and not due to the neighborhood, character of the neighborhood.
Exactly. This is the only situation that exists within 200 feet of the subject property.
And by situation, you mean within the 200-foot radius?
Yes.
Is that there's no other lots in 200-foot radius with multiple principal dwellings?
Correct.
What is the cause for this? Is this, we're doing this, because right now it's existing, it's an existing non-conformance. What is the rationale for doing this subdivision right now? Is it that the applicant would like to divide these and sell it? Is it? Give us a little bit more about the cause for this hardship. If we didn't grant this relief, they wouldn't be able to divide these lots and have one person own this one and one person own the other. I think that's the hardship. Is that the hardship?
I would say yes.
I can't.
If he's gonna testify, he needs to be
Yeah, he
sworn.
needs to be sworn in too.
The returning thing. So the written testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so state, spell your name, please.
David Olivera, DAVID OLIVEIRA.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to meet with us today. I'm from Massachusetts. We have a sort of a subdivision rule that's pretty standard to subdivide buildings that are built before 1954. So when I called them, I thought it was just a regular thing to do, is just put a single family and a three family. My goal is to sell the single family and keep the three family for a period of time as an investment property.
And you wouldn't be able to sell the single family as a single family without a subdivision, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The current individual that resides in the building wants to purchase the building as well. So I thought it would be a good way to lower my cost basis from a financial standpoint.
Provide home ownership for this individual.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. We need to get some meat on the bone there, just for record purposes.
I appreciate that, thank you. Friedrichs, you just state again, if the granting of the variance, would that alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area?
It's all right. It will not alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area. There's no significant development being proposed. Again, we're flexible about the parking and this type of use with single family owner occupant and a three family rental property is exists throughout the neighborhood. And again, with the granting of this variance impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. It would not impair the purpose or intent of the zoning ordinance. To recite a few highlights, protecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. This would promote general welfare by allowing a single family home ownership, providing for a range of uses and intensities of use appropriate to the character of the city, reflecting current and expected future needs. Again, this does just that, by providing a second lot for ownership, providing for orderly growth and development, which recognizes the need to shape and balance urban and rural development. Again, providing that home ownership, single family home, will allow the city to grow, provide an opportunity for the buyer to build wealth. This provides a balance of housing choices, consistent with section 101H, again, for all income levels and groups, and it improves the welfare of citizens, and also by providing an owner occupant provides for health and safety. And as we'll mention, this promotes implementation of the comprehensive plan. And with the granting of the variance impair the intent or purpose of the comprehensive plan, it would not. We pulled out some of the relevant sections of the comprehensive plan. This is consistent with the future land use map. It supports neighborhood mobility, and also provides opportunity for new housing through home ownership and neighborhood stability. The proposed uses of single family and three family, is that permitted in an R3 zone in Providence? Yes. Would the hardship imposed by the denial of this variance go more than a mere inconvenience? Yes, as has been mentioned, there's a desire here to become compliant with the use requirements of the zoning ordinance and create a single family homeownership opportunity. The tenant is an interested potential buyer, and this variance will allow the subdivision to proceed to create that single family homeownership opportunity. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
I have one question for the applicant. Would the applicant be amenable to a restriction on these variances or approvals to the structures that are in place today as far as size, density, and massing on the site?
That's totally fine with me, where you keep them in place and we're not adding on.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the single family remains a single family and no more, and the three family remains a three family and no.
I don't plan on doing anything with it at all. I just know that I'm just curious about ADUs, if that would restrict those as well, but it's irrelevant for me. I just suppose that to you guys.
I think this state law permits ADUs in any zone, and we've adopted that as a city, so I don't think that would be a restriction that we could apply to it. I'm meaning more of you'd be able to build a three family on any lot that we create. I want to make sure it stays a single family and a three family, not to increase the density so much in this area that's predominantly, 1, 2, and 3 families.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions from Chair or the commission members.
Commissioners, do you have questions of the applicant?
Specifically with regard to the dimensional variance, are you requesting relief for parking? What exactly are we doing with parking?
Okay, that is a good question.
So I can explain that.
Ask your, go ahead, Dave, and Angell, if you guys have questions, or Rachel, and then we'll go into one more question.
I just wanted to ask in terms of, 'cause I know there's a driveway there, what is the current use in terms of parking? Is it tandem parking for some of the residents, and how many cars are parked there?
When I looked at it on Google Street View, it didn't look like wide enough for a car to
I
get
know
in.
it was pretty narrow, right?
It looked like there were stairs there or something. Is that
Well,
the
is
case?
it, looks like there's a
There's a
driveway
wall.
right next to the left of it.
So,
Yeah, so there are stairs right next to what would be a short driveway, which they use maybe for, sometimes like just in and out access, but no one uses it. I don't really allow it too much just because people might fight and things like this. And so, if they use it, it's generally the back house that uses it and they pull in and they have kids and so things like this. So, yeah, I mean, they have a small Jeep and they get in there pretty reasonable, but I know it doesn't fit your measurements and your requirements. So,
if you have a smart car, you'd be able to get in and out of there, no problem.
yeah, that's, yeah.
Actually, Attorney Conley used to have one, so I remember.
I'll sell it to him.
Yeah.
Well, I buy it.
Dave, did you have a question for the applicant? No, and Rachel? Well, this might be uncommon in your list of abutters. This isn't the first application like this we've seen. We've seen these before, but it is a zoning hearing, so we have to get certain things on the record, which is, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. It's just process needs to be followed. There's a question. So we talk about the relief on parking. What is the request here, Mr. Azar?
So I think the request is either relief from parking or no relief, given that there really isn't a legal parking space there today. I think you could argue that there is some evidence and based on the testimony that very narrow way does operate as a driveway, even though it's substandard. I think what's important to understand here is that nothing is changing on the ground. You won't see any change. And this is the kind of thing where we often support these types of variances so that properties can be subdivided and sold separately rather than selling by condo or keeping all in common ownership. So, our feeling is that if they maintain the status quo on the property and maybe improve it a little bit with some additional landscaping, then we think that it's an appropriate subdivision. So, what I would say is because it's not really a legal parking space, I think it's probably best to grant the parking relief so that it's not required for either, because once you subdivide it, then all of a sudden you've got at least one property that requires parking, even if it never had legal parking before. So that would be my advice, is to grant the parking relief.
I agree with you there. I think that's the smart path.
Chair, I had a question about that though. In terms of protect, because there's a curb cut there right now. So if we eliminate the parking, it doesn't protect that curb cut to that property anymore, right?
No, what we
Doesn't mean
would,
they can't.
it doesn't mean they can't do it. It means that we're not requiring it. Or a certain number of spaces for you.
Right, but if they were doing repavement there, there's no park, isn't there a risk that they would just pave over that and close that curb cut? If it's doing a sidewalk.
I don't think DPW would close it up if there's an existing
They just
driveway there.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
leave it as is.
That was only my only concern when I was looking at this, to leave it with the compact parking, because I wanted to make sure that curb cut will be protected in the future, but if that's not at risk, then
If we approve parking relief, that means that they're not required to have it. It doesn't mean that they can't continue to use it. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I did want to ask before we move on too far, because you're asking for impervious coverage. There was an exhibit that was emailed. I believe that's this application earlier today. So can we talk about that and what you're proposing here to increase your impervious coverage?
Yes, with that,
Increase pervious coverage, sorry, decrease impervious. That was good, thank you.
That came in that email.
Yeah.
This one?
Sent earlier today. And commissioners, just some background, the reason we requested that is because the plan that they submitted did not show compliance with the rear yard impervious coverage requirement. And so by introducing pervious coverage in the rear yard, they will be able to meet that standard.
It's my understanding that nothing's changing as part of this approval. This isn't just an analysis of what exists currently. So with the new lot line, this is showing that it's meets the requirements of the ordinance.
But the requested relief, it doesn't change at all.
No,
This
no,
is
this
just-
exhibit is just to clarify what is the rear yard and how the surveyor came to rear yard impervious calculation.
Okay, understood. It wasn't a part of the package that I looked at over the weekend, so I didn't get a chance to look at it today, and I wanted to know what exactly it showed.
Still have to cover the standards for the subdivision.
I think next would be, I think zoning we've covered, so let's go into the subdivision standards.
That's perfect. So, going into the subdivision standards. The required findings are to show that the proposed subdivision is consistent with the comprehensive plan. That it's compliant with zoning, that the subdivision will not create any significant environmental impacts. That there would be a creation of a buildable lot and that those lots would have adequate physical and permanent physical access to a public street, which we will demonstrate meets all of these requirements. Mr. Friedrichs, in your opinion, does this proposed subdivision indicate that it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan and or address any inconsistencies with the comprehensive?
Yes, as we talked about with the variance requests, what's going on here is consistent with the comprehensive plan, supports a lot of the goals of the comprehensive plan. I can get into the specifics, but I touched on this earlier. So promoting more variety of housing and growth opportunities consistent with the neighborhood is kind of the crux of it. It is consistent with the future land use map as well.
Would the proposed subdivision be compliant with the zoning ordinance?
Yes, if the requested relief is granted.
Would there be any significant negative environmental impact from the proposed subdivision?
As the deputy planning director mentioned, there's nothing changing on the ground here, so the short answer is no. This is very in place in this type of development, place in consistent with what we see and live every day in Providence. So we don't anticipate anything happening where there would be significant environmental impacts.
Would this subdivision result in creation of a buildable lot? Or have create any lots with any physical constraints to development?
No, again, we're not changing anything that's existing. 7.5 feet is narrow to park a vehicle, but it is sufficiently wide to bring in goods and materials and people, so that rear lot will be accessible to individuals wanting or needing to access it. But I mean, that's the short of it.
Would the proposed lots both have adequate primary and physical access to public street.
Yes, as shown in the subdivision plan, there's that strip, the left of that front house that provides access for the rear lot, and of course, that front lot has, street frontage.
That is all. Mr. Chair or any other members of the commission, if you have any questions with regards to subdivision, we would be happy to answer them.
I have one question, just looking at the trees that are proposed. I know the applicant will not be that we will just at some point. Is there a way to kind of tie the planting of that tree, or just how can we make sure those trees actually go in as part of this?
I think the trees are already in, and that's part of the reason why the lot line was drawn as is that correct?
It says proposed.
Yeah, there's some trees proposed to be added to make sure that both of the lots are compliant with the canopy
Okay.
coverage requirement.
Oh, you're right, that one was proposed median tree in there.
I believe there's just one existing street tree on Laban in front of what would be the three-family lot.
Yes, there's
Okay.
2 proposed trees as part of this request. But it's not the season for planting trees, like. I think in the past we've asked for like check-ins or the process.
But I don't think they'd be able to file their subdivision until those trees are planted, correct? Like they need to have a zoning conformance. How would that work?
Well, you're voting on preliminary plan, and then final plan is going to be subject to conditions and approval administratively by staff. So one thing that you could do is you could make this subject to, you could make final plan subject to the planting being installed.
That could, I'm not sure what the sale is intended, but yeah, that could.
Yeah,
Is there a time frame the applicant is looking for, or would that be amenable to wait until April to?
Yeah, I'm super flexible. Whatever you guys want to do, I can get the plans in as soon as it's okay, and we can have you come on, take a look at it, and we'll send you some photographers on it.
All right, that would be acceptable to us.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant at this time? Well, then I think it's time to hear the staff report, and then we'll go ahead and open up the public comment.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. So first of all, we can jump into the variance, and the applicant did speak to the hardship that they've encountered given the lot's configuration and what currently exists on site. We don't believe that granting this variance will alter the general character of the surrounding area, given that there aren't any changes proposed to the buildings or the lot configuration or their density. And in addition, we also feel that should you not or deny this request for relief, that it would result in more than a mere inconvenience. So based on that, we do recommend that you approve the requested relief as described, and that would include the request for parking. We would say that should the applicant intend to have a parking space there, which they're showing as a compact space, we would ask that they install a wheel stop after one compact space is provided so that you don't have vehicles moving into the lot. And you also have an opportunity to provide some pervious coverage beyond that. And also, as you recommended, we ask that relief be granted subject to the condition that the applicant not increase the density of dwelling units on site, and that would not include an accessory dwelling unit. So moving on to the subdivision, we would say that subdivision of this lot subject to granting relief would be in conformance with the comprehensive plan, given that it conforms to the medium density residential development land use designation, which is characterized by dwellings on separate lots. This will comply with the zoning ordinance subject to you granting the requested relief. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. We don't think that this would pose any constraints to development, and street access would be provided for Laban Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the preliminary plan pursuant to you having granted the dimensional relief and subject to the applicant meeting the canopy coverage requirement, and they can provide evidence of that with photographs or some other means towards, during the final plan approval step.
Okay, before we open a public comment, I do want to go back to the zoning relief, the dimensional variance, and the recommendations in the staff report, because we haven't touched on that yet. Let's talk about the one compact space for the lot 2, the wheel stop, and then removing of some of the pavement and replaced with pervious coverage. Is that something that the applicant was amenable to? I mean, I don't think we touched on that at all yet.
I apologize, I'm a little confused. We were mentioning whether we include the compact space or not. And I thought we were talking about not. If I did have to do the compact space, I don't mind. You know, right now, the driveway's fairly serrated at an angle. I could square it up, make it look nice, you know, get some grass or curb stop, and make it look nice, put a couple of trees in like you'd wanted. Is this what you're asking me?
Well, I guess I'm asking your opinion about it. If we didn't require a parking for either lot, if we gave you a relief, would you be ripping up more pavement and adding more pervious area?
Well, I apologize. I'll do whatever you guys want. Yeah, I'm used to taking a knee. So whatever you guys prefer is what I'll do. I'm impartial either way. I'll do what you need me to do to ensure the space is what you want it to be. If, you know, obviously if I didn't have to provide a space and didn't have to do anything, that would be best, but I don't mind.
And if we didn't require, if we gave you the relief on the parking space, what would be your intent with that area?
I would just pretty much leave it the way it is. I mean, they kind of use it now and again as they do, and I would just leave it as it is. That would be what I would do. Sure.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think there's like a fork in the road here, and I don't know that it's in the commission's interest to choose it for the property owner. I think there's an option here where the property owner invests and beautifies this flag lot and makes a curb appeal, and the property is worth more. And there's another fork where the property stays as is, you know, not beyond what's required by zoning, and it makes the property more affordable to acquire, particularly for possibly for the current occupant. So I think that something will work out that will be to the benefit of the city, and that whoever that homeowner is eventually in that rear single family, I think will be interested in improving the look of their property.
Okay, but I'm confused as to what that just meant. As far as what we're deciding or not deciding, that is your proposal.
So, I mean, the property owner is free to do as he wishes. We understand the desires of the staff. I don't think we're opposed to them, but I don't know that it needs to be a condition of approval to achieve the desired effect. I think the subdivision inherently will create a situation where there's an owner occupant interested in beautifying their property, which I think could very well result in a better looking, paved surface approaching that on the beginning of that flag lot to get to that single family. So if if the commission feels the need to impose a condition, I don't think there's an objection from the applicant, but to the sense that it may achieve other goals of more easily attainable housing, it may not be necessary.
Well, I can't speak for the other commissioners. My desire would be to either recommend this condition that the staff, it's in the staff report, or provide full relief on parking, not require any parking, and add more pervious area to the site, less paved area, because we're not requiring parking. You can have more water infiltrate into the ground. That's where I'm at. I think at minimum, the staff report's recommendation is probably a good idea. I'm asking, you also asked for no parking requirement, so I was wondering what would happen if we did that.
So.
Not just do nothing and let everything happen the way it happens.
Okay, yeah. Just to be clear then, as a property owner, since it seems it's necessary, I will ask for relief of the parking space, and what I can do is I can square it up and make it look nice and add grass there. I would like to leave, a portion of the driveway because it is utilized. I mean, it would make sense if someone can fit there that they drive back and put their groceries in their home in the back, but I can make it.
So I think what you're saying is that you prefer what the staff report says, that's a my alternative.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
just to be clear.
All
Yeah,
right. Now I get it.
sorry,
No problem. Thank you.
I'm learning.
All right. We've heard the staff report. This is a public hearing. So now we will open up to public comment. Before anyone does comment from the public, we will need to swear you in. This is a UDR with zoning and planning. We'd ask the applicant to take a seat.
I would just like to ask to be able to respond to any objectors.
So noted. Thank you. Is there anyone here in the physical room who wishes to speak on this agenda item? Do we have any sign-ins? No, okay. We are also in our virtual room. We have people in the virtual room. If you'd like to speak on this agenda item, it is agenda item number 1, case number 25-087 UDR 75 Laban Street. If you'd like to speak on this agenda item, please raise your virtual hand in the middle bottom portion of your screen, or press *9 if you are calling in. And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item.
Mr. Chair, if you could deliberate the zoning relief first and take a vote on that, and then deliberate on the subdivision, that would be helpful. Thank
Of
you.
course, thank you. All right, the zoning relief, which is all dimensional relief related to the subdividing of this property. Currently 2 buildings that exist. No changes are proposed. The zoning relief is just to request this subdivision because we can't subdivide lots that don't meet. I'm in favor of moving this forward, having a discussion on the standards, but I want to talk to the rest of the commissioners to see what their thoughts are. We've seen these before. We've done one over in the upper South Providence area recently over the past year. My definite, like when we go through the standards and everything, I think my recommendations would be to also adopt the recommendation of the planning staff and add in that the approvals, the variances granted are applicable to the structures that are in place today as far as size, density, and massing on the site. As well. So how's everyone feeling about those before we start having a discussion on the standards so that we can take a vote?
I think it's a pretty simple application, no intensification of the land and allowing for more home ownership opportunities. I think the only thing that we're able to pay right now is the parking situation, but I think if we are okay with the recommendation from the staff, that's a pretty easy one too, with the wheel stop and everything else.
Yeah, and adding more pervious area to the other things. Dave, your thoughts?
My only thought is a little more philosophically is move down range of some of these. If we could possibly have a means where we can infiltrate the water off the roof is a more important consideration than a little bit more impervious area on the ground. Because yeah, it's down gradient, if they're coming off the property, running out of the city storm drain. Just from a perspective of, I would be amenable to discussing as much relief, more relief if they were to infiltrate the roof water runoff as a you know, part of the discussion of perviousness and imperviousness. That's just my opinion. Other than that, it's great. We're in favor of.
Well, as to further that discussion is something that we've talked about before and what counts as pervious and impervious areas like, you know, the grass pavers and things like that. I think that's something else we wanted to discuss also at a later date, obviously, aside from this, but something to keep in the back of our mind for further deliberation.
No, sorry, I have no issue with the proposal. Before us.
So in seeing that we're looking to be in favor of granting the variances, let's go through the findings and make sure that we agree with the findings put forward by the applicant and that that they meet the findings for the dimensional relief. And that is that the hardship that the applicant seeks relief from is due to the unique characteristic of the subject land or structure and is not the general characteristics of surrounding areas. I think that the applicant sufficiently testified to that by stating that there are two buildings on this lot, two principal structures on a singular lot now. They're looking to subdivide it and sell one and retain ownership of the other. That is the hardship. The granting of the variance will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area. Again, we went through the testimony on the applicant's behalf, and that there is no development proposed. Both of these houses are in place. They are a part of the character of the neighborhood. This is just changing the lot lines. And in addition, some of these actions of subdividing will increase pervious area in the neighborhood because of this subdivision and canopy coverage. So two added benefits. And then the City Plan Commission is part of Unified Development Review. Evidence inserted into the record showing that the granting of a dimensional variance hardship that is suffered by the owner if the property of the dimensional variance is not grounded will amount to more than a mere inconvenience. We discussed this as well. The applicant stated on the record that they will not be able to sell one lot and retain the other. So a new home ownership opportunity will be thwarted if we are not able to grant this relief to subdivide these lots. So if we were to make a motion based on that, the testimony, the discussion that we've just had about the standards and the recommendations, the number one listed in the staff report and the second that the variances would be restricted to the structures that are in place today as far as size, density, and massing on the site. I think someone could make a motion by saying so moved.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now we'll move on to the minor subdivision. And the minor subdivision, we heard the applicant with all of the standards for the minor subdivision. And based on those recommendations, we would recommend that the subdivision be approved, subject to the condition that the applicant provides evidence of the tree plantings and the removal of the pavement to increase the pervious area on the lot, as approved by the zoning variances, prior to final plan approval. Is that clear enough? Yeah. Right, and someone could just say so moved for that.
So moved.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Any discussion or deliberation? We'll go around and do a voice vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you. Best of luck. Best of luck. Moving right along to case, agenda item number 2, another development plan review and a minor subdivision. Case number 25-074 UDR, 784 Branch Avenue. This is a unified development review as well, so I don't believe we'll have to swear in any of the professionals who have already spoken again, because they've already been sworn in. But anyone else who speaks on this matter who has not testified yet will have to be sworn.
All right, and commissioners, a quick introduction. This is a request to subdivide a lot that measures approximately 7,200 square feet into 6 lots for construction of a row house development. As you will see, this is a lot with an irregular grade. And so in addition to the subdivision, the applicant is seeking approval of development plan review for construction of the row houses. And in addition is seeking relief for construction of said row houses. And that relief includes front yard setback, the front yard impervious coverage requirement, the building coverage limit going over that, the distance of the integral garage from the front lot line, as well as a request for the rear setback relief requirement should it be required. And so, yeah, the applicant is seeking those 3 approvals with that relief, and they can take it over.
This is kind of fun. We're seeing row houses. And some of the implications of the legislation that we enacted and the zoning ordinance that we enacted. So, let's.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I might just add that this is one of the early applications of the new row house standard where the houses are on their individual lots that run through the building at the party wall. And because of this application and some others that we've seen, we actually did propose a couple of tweaks to the row house legislation. That has not been approved yet. That's moving through and will be heard by the council, as I mentioned earlier. So some of the relief they're seeking here has given us some thoughts about how to further refine the ordinance so that this sort of relief is not necessary.
Well, thank you for being our test case here. And I'm sorry. So go ahead, take it away.
Bob, I just would like to do another presentation. So,
Yep. Let's see.
All right, you're up.
thank you again, Mr. Chair. I know there's some members of the commission. As has been stated, we're here for a row house development that has been proposed at 784 Branch Avenue. And again, this is just a table of contents and overview of how this presentation will proceed. Real quickly, this is again, a row house development. It's 6 row houses on this lot. It is, an irregular shaped lot, a non-standard lot, in this, based on, what you see throughout the city. So it's necessitating the request for relief. Now, based upon the plan that's been submitted, what has to be requested for relief is, as planning staff indicated, minimum front yard setback, rear, the front yard impervious, and the building coverage. Those ones, have to be requested. And the siting of the integral garage. If this commission would have a desire to provide an additional parking space outside of the garage, that would obviously require us to push the building back. I believe an additional 15 feet from where it is currently situated. If that were to happen, I believe every lot would need relief for the rear yard setback as well. And it would also require relief for the siting of the integral garage as it is current, the ordinance is currently written. It can be at maximum 3 feet. So this is just an overview of the relief that we are requesting. Like I said, front yard setback that is based as for every single of the row house lots. Because of the irregular shape of this lot, it makes full compliance based on the current iteration of the zoning ordinance a little difficult. So like the front yard impervious, it is calculated at a very large amount because for the interior lots, they're 16 feet wide. And the proposed driveway is 10 feet wide, so right there from the get-go, we're well over the required amount for the front yard impervious. And then the front setback, the average in the area is calculated to 9.2 with the build to zone plus minus and go down 4.2, but most of them have been cited a little at or just above 3. And again, if this commission were to want the owner to provide an additional parking space besides what is already in the provided inside the row house, then we would need relief for, again, the integral garage siting being more than 18 feet and the rear setback being less than 20 feet.
So I guess I'm confused as to why that question is posed to us. I'm looking at my application materials and I see what you're discussing. I don't see anything about an additional parking, or I don't think there's one required, is there?
No, there's just one required per lot, and we provided that with the integral garage. However, this has gone through a couple different iterations, and just we didn't know if the commission would be concerned about and wanting to provide an extra spot than what is required, and if so, it would necessitate a little additional relief.
But generally, averse from providing more parking than necessary. So I think what you've submitted is just fine, and we can just proceed as.
Yeah.
All right.
And as the deputy planner indicated, there have been some proposed changes to the row house ordinance, and the short of it is, if those ordinances were in effect at the time this application was submitted, this would be a purely administratively reviewed and approved row house development. But like it was stated, it seems this was one project of many that was an influence for the proposed changes that are currently in the works. So as you can see here, we need relief for the front yard impervious, maximum building coverage, and the front setback. But under the proposed ordinance changes, it's requiring a 5-foot front setback. This would obviously be, completely compliant with all the zoning ordinance requirements and the dimensional requirements. And just as with the previous presentation, I had Mr. Peter Friedrichs, who's still under oath. He's still under oath, and for the purpose of this matter, if you want me to qualify him, or if you can just accept him as.
Again, he's still under oath, he's still qualified as an expert. Let's hear your standards and the hardship.
Mr. Friedrichs, did you review this matter for preparation of this hearing?
I did.
And in your professional opinion, what is the hardship associated with this row house development?
So I think the current ordinance was maybe written for more ideal situation. This property is kind of at a unique location where it is in the fringe around the old Wanskuck Mill and Branch Ave. And there's two kind of more modern gable-ended developments, houses to the west of it. And then to the south and east is the more traditional mill housing surrounding the mill. This is currently a vacant lot, and Branch Ave starts a curve right in front of the property. So all that together creates a situation where the proposed row houses don't meet the exact dimensions of the current zoning ordinance, as has been mentioned. Should the council choose to adopt the amendments recommended to them by the planning department and the plan commission, this would be a dimensionally compliant, development proposal.
So in your opinion, is this hardship due to the unique characteristics of the land?
Yes, as I just mentioned.
And not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood? Surrounding area?
Right, as I mentioned, this is at the kind of fringe of the old Wanskuck Mill. And that's a pretty unique development in this area of the city. So as that historic mill village expands into the further out neighborhoods of the city of Providence, that creates some unique characteristics that challenge dimensionally compliant development.
Do you have any evidence that the hardship was due to the physical or economic ability of the applicant or owner?
No.
While not a standard, or do you have any evidence that this hardship was the result of any prior action of the applicant?
No.
Which is
In your
not,
opinion,
that's not a standard that's applicable in this case. Because it's UDR. Oh, is this,
Yeah, this is gonna be pertaining to the row houses. It's not for the sub.
oh, that's right,
Yeah, so that's.
Correct.
Correct.
okay, yeah.
Carry on.
would the granting of this variance alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area, in your opinion?
It would not. As I mentioned, this is a kind of unique area where the old Wanskuck Mill transitions into a neighborhood of Providence. There's a variety of things going on. The mill's pretty close to the street. There's a school a couple blocks down that's very close to the street, and some multifamily development. This is a a well-trafficked urban arterial, and adding this use type with these reduced dimensions will not alter the characteristic of that area.
Would the granting of the requested variances have any impact on the purpose and intent of the zoning, impair the intent and purpose of the zoning?
It would not. And I mentioned some of these standards in my testimony on the last application. This promotes public health, safety, and welfare, provides additional housing, much needed housing in the city, and affordable price point for Providence residents. Is will be single family, fee simple homeownership. Sorry, this would be used in orderly growth and development, a range of use and intensity that has not been common in the city historically, but is a great opportunity for those aforementioned positive attributes. And it will promote implementation of the comprehensive plan.
So if it promotes the implementation of the comprehensive plan, I presume it's your opinion that the variance would not impair the intent of the comprehensive plan?
That is correct. It would not impair the purpose or intent of the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the future land use map and many of the goals, policies, and actions of the comprehensive plan. You can go back one slide. Produces new housing for all. Ensuring the continued strength and stability of Providence's neighborhoods. Promoting and managing growth. And protecting and enhancing stable neighborhoods. Directing growth to appropriate areas.
Would the denial of the requested variances amount to more than a mere hardship on this lot?
Your inconvenience.
The hardship.
More than a mere inconvenience. Sorry.
Yes, the relief is needed to produce the number of row houses that are permitted in the location. So again, this is because of the unique characteristics of the shape of the lot and the topography, and not the any other general characteristics that would otherwise limit the development here.
And our row house is permitted on this lot?
Yes.
that is all we have with regards to the variances. If the chair or any other commission members have any questions.
You could just move right into the subdivision next. Or DPR development.
The DPR reg has just one requirement for finding, and Mr. Friedrichs, in your opinion, does the proposed development plan conform with the provisions of zoning ordinance or obtaining relief from the same?
It does. The staff report goes in more analysis of this than I did. I'm sure you'll hear from the planning department on that shortly, but the short answer is yes, it does meet that standard of approval.
And then we can go into subdivisions then. We jumped ahead.
And with regards to the subdivision required finding, we need to show that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, that the proposed subdivisions will be compliant with the zoning ordinance, that the proposed subdivisions of the row houses will have no significant environmental impacts, that these will have no physical constraints to development, and that they will have adequate permanent physical street access. You touched on this earlier, Mr. Friedrichs, but would the proposed subdivision of the row houses be consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Absolutely. As we talked about, this supports new housing for all, providing growth opportunities in appropriate places. It's consistent with the future land use map. And it's development time review process secures appropriate design construction.
Would the proposed development be compliant with zoning?
Yes, once the variances are secured, with development plan review, the subdivision and the construction of the row houses substantially completion.
Will there be any negative environmental impacts based upon the proposed row house subdivision?
There's no evidence of any significant environmental impacts as a result of the proposed subdivision. That's just a vacant lot at present. And within the urban greater Providence, so nothing out of the ordinary here. That townhouse type, while not common in fee simple existence around the city, does exist as a form of multifamily housing in or I'd say a handful of places around the city. And those have demonstrated to not have significant environmental impact.
Would the proposed subdivision have create any individual lots with physical constraints to development?
They would not, as we mentioned with the zoning relief, these will be buildable. They would be buildable under the zoning ordinance amendment in front of the council. Currently, it is a sloped lot with a curb in it, and we've laid out the townhouses to accommodate for that.
And would these row houses have adequate, or would the subdivision of the lots to create the row houses have adequate physical and permanent street access?
Yes, each lot will have its own driveway out to Branch Ave.
I have nothing further in my presentation. As with the previous matter, I would, if there are eventually any objectors, I would like to respond.
Noted. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Yes.
Just for informational purposes only, is the intention to sell these? Or build? I love the project, helping to inform some public dialogue, and I believe this is exactly what we're trying to have for some entry level.
That's why we put it in. Right.
I just want to confirm that.
All right, everyone, my name is Wilson.
So raise your hand, please. So swear the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name.
Oluwatosin, Oluwatosin, Oraeoja.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we're gonna sell these properties, but sell that as a single family or more like for people to be able to afford it, not them to do it.
Good, fantastic. Thank you.
Kind of what we wanted to hear.
Yep. Just wanted to hear that.
That's great. this is exactly what we discussed. We put it into the regulations and now we're tweaking them because of something that came about due to this application. So again, thank you for your patience while we work through the bugs, but this is the first application that we got for something like this. But yes, all right. With that, let's hear the staff report and then we will open up the public comment.
Sure, thanks, commissioners. And first we can start with the variance. As the applicant did speak about, this is a lot with a rising grade as well as front lot line that's angled. So we do feel that contributes to the unique character of the property and is also directly related to the relief requested. And then in addition, this hardship is not the result of a prior action of the applicant. Again, this is an area where there are a lot of diverse housing types in proximity, so therefore granting this variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the comprehensive plan. And again, given that this is the R4 zone where row houses are permitted by right, denial of the variance could amount to a hardship as it would prevent this sort of development on the lot. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the requested dimensional relief as described. And the applicant, out of an abundance of caution, had asked for rear yard setback relief should you have denied the front yard, the relief from the front yard setback requirement. And so therefore we would recommend, and so basically just recommend that you don't take any action on the rear yard setback relief requirement as it's not required. Moving on to development plan review, we do find that it conforms to the design requirements in section 1202K of the ordinance. And it will conform to the table 4-1 of the ordinance, subject to you granting the requested relief. And we also should point out that the height of these row houses will be within the 45-foot height limit. Then moving on to the subdivision, we do find that this will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, given the land use designation that it corresponds to. This will conform to the zoning ordinance, subject to you granting the requested relief. However, the lots do conform to the requirements for row house subdivisions in the R4 zone. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. No physical constraints are apparent that would affect the lot's development, and street access is provided for Branch Ave and Hugo Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the minor subdivision, subject to the condition for row house subdivisions that the subdivision shall not be finalized until the dwellings are constructed.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so at this point, we will open up the public comment. If there is anyone, is there anyone in the sign-in sheet left in this one? Okay. And then is there, if you're waiting in our virtual room, please raise your virtual hand by raising your hand in the middle bottom portion of your screen, or press *9 if you are calling in. So yeah, you guys can move away, and then we can have. Let's see, this is number 2, so we do have some. Yep. Go ahead, please come up front and speak into the microphone if you would. This is Shonda Sai, SYE, at 12 Hugo Street. So we're going to ask you to say your name and spell it, or actually, they're going to swear you in, and then you can say your name and spell it.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you can smell will be the truth, the whole truth, the truth, something. Yes. State and spell your name, please.
My name is Shanda Sai, SHANDA SY.
Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
So first, I just want to say that you guys say that it fits into the neighborhood. It kind of doesn't, because where it's being put, there was a single family there, but all the other houses are duplexes. Down the street, yes, there's a little condo complex and the school. And down the other side, you have the old mill buildings and such. But the neighborhood where they're putting it is all duplexes. Also, the corner that it sits on, when you're coming down Hugo Street, if they put the row houses that far forward, it's going to be hard to see the cars coming up Branch Avenue to turn out and turn left onto Branch Avenue. And it's gonna be hard for the cars coming up Branch Avenue to see the cars coming off of Hugo Street to turn out into the street. Also, my concern is that you're getting 6 row houses, which means 12 bins on the street for a trash night. And that means that either you're gonna have to walk up onto their property to go around the trash cans or walk into the street to go around those trash cans to go down the sidewalk, because our sidewalks are not as wide as I guess they should be. And the trees that they proposed to put in, the medium-sized trees, it said they were, I think red maple. And I looked it up and they get about 40 to 60 feet high. And if the soil is really good, they'll get up to 90 feet high, and their roots aren't deep, they're shallow. So they'll spread out vertically. And it could push into those first 2 that are right next to the 112 Hugo Street house. The roots could push into that foundation. And also, when I looked at the map of the row houses where it says that concrete comes up in front of 112 Hugo Street, about a quarter of the way up the building, that would stop them from being able to park in front of their house. They don't have any parking in the back because the street formerly known as Pepper Street, they can't go up there and park in the back. So they only park on the street. Actually, a lot of the houses on Hugo Street have on-street parking. They park in front of their house because they don't have access to the back of their house. Even the first house on Branch Avenue, right across from where they're proposing the row houses, they park on the street because they can't get the little driveway that they have on one side. They can't really get in and out because if you get in, you have to back out. And it's really hard to back out onto Branch Avenue in order to get out. Also, my concern would be in the mornings, if those people are leaving for work, you have 6 people leaving for work maybe, and then the kids are walking up and down the street to go to school. You know, that poses a problem. Also, the traffic there during those times, during the high traffic hours, it would be really hard to get in and out for them. I'm not saying that row houses can't go there. I think 6 is too many. And also, if you have those houses and then they have guests over, where are they going to park? You know, if they come over to the Hugo Street side to park, it becomes an issue because, like I said, that's mostly tenant parking for those houses on Hugo Street or that one house on Branch Avenue. And even also up Hugo Street, those row houses, when they have people visit, you know, they park next to their house there. I think that was it. My other concern was that if they're all for individual sale, are they going to put in like an alleyway behind the houses so that, you know, not to be pessimistic or anything, but say they have a grill on their deck and the grill catches on fire and they can't go through the house, are they going to be able to go through the back to get out? You know, that was my other concern. So I think that was it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good. Is there anyone else in the physical room who wishes to speak on this matter? Okay, looking at our virtual room, is there anyone in our virtual room who wishes to speak on this matter? Again, this is the second agenda item, case number 25-074 UDR 784 Branch Avenue. Okay, and seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. I guess would the applicant like to address the neighbors' concerns?
So with regards to some of the concerns that were expressed, I'll start with the trees. It was suggested on the plan that it would be a red maple tree. We're not married to that. It's anything that would qualify as, I believe, it's proposed as a medium tree, that would be satisfactory to our clients, so, there's no issue with that concern. I would say that, these are row houses, and if you look at like the neighborhood, especially, looking more east on, Branch Ave and then going behind, off of Branch Ave, they're not row houses as we are proposing them, but, it's rows of houses, most likely, old mill, housing for the Lansdowne mill that is right next to the house, so, I think it would be, a nice match with the neighborhood. And with regards to the difficulty to, see oncoming traffic, I think especially if it's during like a high traffic time, that would make stuff a little easier, obviously, a little more difficult to, get in and out, but obviously traffic is moving a little slower, so that would ease of those concerns, and there would still be, sufficient amount of, to be able to pull in. There's no, on-street parking right in front of the lot, so you're not gonna have that sort of risk, given that each of the houses is gonna have, pursuant to the ordinance, its own curb cut. It would make it very difficult to have, another vehicle parked right out front, and with the 3 foot, or approximately 3 foot front setback, it does make it, very difficult to provide another vehicle parked outside of the, integral garage that we have placed there. And, I obviously, feel for, making sure that, there any children that are walking around, that they're, safe. There's, I would say there's, sufficient space to be able to, back out, from the row houses to enter into the row houses. And again, there's not going to be any, based on, what's been proposed, it would be very difficult to have any sort of blind spot, going into or out of, the garages from each of the units.
Is there any other comment that the owner would like to make based on that, or? Okay. If I put in a for the subdivisions, requirement to consult with the forester on appropriate tree plantings, would you be amenable to that?
Yes, he would be amenable to that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners. We have a couple of different issues we need to vote on. The dimensional relief, which we've already discussed, is hopefully going to become part of the zoning regulations, because we've already forwarded them on to the city plan or the city council for consideration. DPR and then subdivision. So in discussing the dimensional relief and looking at the standards, well, they just before we get into that, I empathize with the neighbor and the concerns. I think they are valid concerns in some aspects. There was a boarded up house, single family house here before. I remember driving past it pretty much every time I went to Tricks to play golf over the past 2 summers. Yeah, I don't think it's out of character for the neighborhood. It's a permitted use. The number of units are permitted. This is something that we're trying to do to spur housing and owner occupancy throughout the city. We're in a housing crisis, and we need new housing at all levels. And I think this is a good area. There's a mill building, which is very large right across the street. It's a parking lot for the mill building. I don't think this will change the characteristic of the neighborhood. I think this is more single family homes that are being built in a smaller footprint, but I'm hoping that we're right on that. So again, we're in favor of this type of construction because we discussed it, put it forward in the comprehensive plan discussions and the zoning changes that we made. And we'll see how it comes to be. So in moving into the dimensional relief, we're talking about the dimensional relief of a front yard setback of 3 feet where 5 feet is required, over 33% of front yard impervious coverage. Maximum building coverage between 47 to 52%, where 45 is permitted, and an integral garage being situated over 3 feet from the front lot line. We are not discussing the rear setback. So I'm just striking that from the requested relief. So for the dimensional variance, we need to make certain findings, and the applicant has done so on the hardship that the applicant seeks is due to the unique characteristic of the subject land or structure and not to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. That's the case. The applicant discussed that the lot is an irregular shape. It has a portion that is straight adjacent to the road, and then it curves to the left or right, depending on which area you're looking at. And therefore, the front of the building can't be parallel with the street. The applicant testified to some other issues surrounding that. The hardship is not a result of any prior action of the applicant. Obviously, these row houses don't exist today. This is a permitted use that the applicant is attempting to construct, and the regulations around it don't permit it for this shaped lot, which it will once we grant this dimensional relief. The granting the variance will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area. Again, we've discussed the applicant has testified on the record that it is single family homes are being built here in an area where 1 and 2 family homes surrounding the area are currently situated, along with higher density mill building and the like, directly in the adjacent vicinity. And then the granting of this variance, if we didn't grant this variance, the hardship that would be suffered would amount to more than a mere inconvenience. If we didn't grant this relief, they would not be able to construct these row houses due to the shape of the lot. So it is, as stated by the applicant, more than a mere inconvenience. So with that, I would recommend that we approve the requested dimensional relief as described.
All right, so move.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The next discussion is around development plan review for row houses. The development will consist of 6 units as described in the staff report. And the findings are that the row houses will conform to the design requirements of section 1202K and the dimensional requirements of table 4-1 of the ordinance. And that's all we need to affirm, correct?
Yeah, for development planning. Mostly to do with design.
And that has occurred. Someone could make a motion to it based on that recommendation.
Second.
Conform to the next requirement, subject to granting.
Subject to the relief that was, so it would be that the row houses conform to the design requirements of section 1202K and the dimensional requirements of the table 4-1 of the ordinance. Subject to the dimensional relief being granted.
So I amend the motion to.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Rachel,
Aye.
and I vote aye. And then last but not least, the subdivision. Based on the analysis and the findings contained in the report, we heard the testimony, the applicants, submitted materials, and their expert testimony on the subdivision, requirements, that, and so that we should vote to approve the preliminary plan pursuant to the dimensional relief being granted through UDR. And the plan should be approved subject to the following condition, which is how it's listed in the regulations, that the subdivision shall not be finalized until the dwelling units are constructed. Oh, and that, hang on, that's one, and number two, the applicant shall consult with the forester on the species and size of the trees prior to final plan approval. That word? Yeah.
Did you say two? Did you say two things?
The first was, the subdivision should not be finalized until the dwelling units are constructed.
Oh,
And
okay.
the second
You
is,
meant two additional.
yes,
All right, in that case, so.
Second.
go around and do a vote. Miguel,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Rachel,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Now, before we move into the next application, agenda item number 3, we will take a 5-minute restroom break. We will be back at 6:41.
Second.
We will call this meeting back to order. We're a couple minutes late, 6:43. Moving on to our next agenda item. It's agenda item number 3. It's another unified development review, public hearing for a minor subdivision. Case number 25-088 UDR 64 Angell Street. Joanne, or actually Bob, are you introducing this one?
Yes, I'm going to introduce this one.
Looks like we have a hand raised too.
Yeah.
Promotion.
Just bear with me a sec here. I'm trying to get the trying to adjust this screen here. Okay. All right, I'll start off with a brief introduction, and then we can bring in the development team. Okay, so this is a proposal to subdivide a piece of property that's a little shy of 30,000 square feet into 3 lots. One is going to be 18,977 square feet, one 6,000, and one 5,000. And this parcel has a large historic house on it. It's in the R1 zone. It's also in the historic district. And the purpose of this subdivision is to create one large lot for the main house and then 2 smaller lots for additional development on the site. And there have been various proposals for this piece of land, and they have not come before the City Plan Commission because there was a lot of consideration by the Historic District Commission of this. When it first came in front of the Historic District, actually, there was an original subdivision proposal that would have created more lots than this. And we had brought this to the Historic District Commission because we wanted to understand what would be the impact of a subdivision. The Historic District Commission opined at the time that there could be an adverse impact on the built environment and on the historic resources on the site. And we've been working with the property owner ever since to try to come up with a solution that would both allow for additional development and comply with historic district standards. So what they have proposed is on these 2 new lots that there be one single-family dwelling that would front on Prospect Street, and then a 3-unit condominium building that would be at the northwest corner of the lot, tucked behind the house, fronting on Defoe Place. In order to effectuate this subdivision, there would need to be some relief necessary, dimensional relief, and that's why they're in front of you. And what's important to understand is that this property has several constraints. Number one, first and foremost, is that it's in a historic district, and that the existing building, which sits smack in the middle of this lot and takes up a pretty significant building footprint, is going to need to be preserved. The Historic District Commission would not approve demolition of that house because of its historic significance. Next, the commission is going to want to see that any development, and I'm sorry for the video, we've got some issues with the video, and I'm going to ask Lev to kind of work on that. It keeps turning off and then turning back on. Apologize for that. Second, the development on the site needs to not overwhelm the historic house, and it needs to meet the Historic District Commission standards and guidelines for development on the site. And that's why you see the development pushed to the north behind the house. Third, there are a couple of significant trees on this site, and there needs to be consideration of development and how it might how it might affect those significant trees. There is a brownstone wall around part of this site. The Historic District Commission would likely not want to see any openings in that. They would want to see that wall preserved. And then also there's some significant topography of this site, both from north to south and from east to west. So we believe that what is being proposed here, the location of the development is appropriate, and as such, these lot sizes, lot configurations, and setbacks are non-compliant with the ordinance, and that's why this relief is being requested. Significantly, I think it's important to note that if you look at this overall lot size and you look at roughly 30,000 square feet, if this were subdivided into 5,000 square foot lots, if it were possible, say it were a vacant lot, you could get just about 6 lots. Through administrative modification, you could certainly get 6 lots. Here, and that would be 6 dwelling units. Here, the proposal is for 1 dwelling unit in the main house, 1 in the single family, and then 3 in the condo. So that would be 5 units, which is about what's allowed. So I think would that be appropriate to turn it over to the applicant?
Okay, remember, anyone who is testifying needs to be sworn in, so before you call on them, make sure you get the stenographer to swear in. Is there anyone else? We saw some hands raised. Is there?
These are just to be promoted to panelists.
Okay.
It's the attorneys in this.
Mr. Chairman, how are you?
Dylan Conley is the disembodied voice coming out of
I thought
the speaker.
I thought it was like the ghost of Christmas past or something.
I am I'm joining the board from afar. I'm gonna cut the video to try to avoid any issues with like Wi-Fi latency, but I think we should be good. Zach Bordoni from my office is there in person. He will be handling the PowerPoint. I also have Ed Pimentel is our land use expert, and the applicant, Kevin Diamond, is also present and prepared to give testimony as the lead architect. If I may, I think I can dive right in. Bob's presentation was great. The history there, I think, is important. This is an application that, at least in my mind, I consider almost a partnership with the HDC. The relief we're seeking is really an effort to promote the HDC's goals. And it's a bit of a 3-step process. There's 1 special use permit for the buildings and their locations. Then there's a 2nd special use permit with a series of dimensional relief that is required to basically facilitate the subdivision. And then there is the subdivision itself. So from a legal standards perspective, it's complex, but from a story and from a sort of gut check understanding of what is good planning and what is good architecture, I think it's very straightforward. Zach, if you want to jump down to slide 2. Just showing everyone the neighborhood really quick. We're almost entirely in an institutional zone, but we are in a residential zone ourselves. Zach, want to jump down 1 more? What I've done here is I've highlighted the neighboring property owners. The yellow uses are the church, the blue uses are RISD, the brown uses are brown. Blue and brown is a combination. So you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 total private property owners. Many of them are held in trust, but they are residential structures. At least one of them is a 2 to 5 unit. So we're talking about a largely institutional area. Zach, do you want to jump down? as Bob discussed, we had some original submissions. This is how the lot layout functioned. This is actually a zoning compliant lot layout, but we have pulled back from that original proposal. I included here just sort of to fill out the history that the staff has already gone through. We can jump down. The goal here and where things got really hung up was a desire to protect these sight lines. You can see sort of the sight lines Kevin Diamond and his team put together. I think they're fantastic illustrations of why we didn't put the buildings in a zoning compliant manner, because we want to have the view of the Benson building from Angell Street. Zach, you want to just throw up that video really quick? Is that possible? What I've done here is I've just done a quick screen share of the actual view corridors themselves. This is it. You're going down Angell. You get to the intersection with Prospect. That corner that you're looking at is the first sight line that we're looking to preserve. So no new structures there. This is, of course, in no case were we ever going to change the view of the building, but that's the view of the building from Angell. You come back down here. This is Defoe. And so all the way back where that car is, that's where the new structure will be. And we're going to preserve this view corridor as well. So that's sort of your from the street actual human perspective of what we're working to preserve here tonight. Zach, if you want to jump back and we'll do the slide 7. So well, you see there, right, when I say HDC approved, we do have conceptual approval of the design. So there's your difference, right? So what we're doing here tonight will facilitate the construction of these buildings, as you see on the right. Zach, jump down. And here we are. These are the renderings and how we preserve the views as we identified. Go ahead, Zach. I think this is kind of ironic that when we really dove into the history books, or maybe not ironic, it's illustrative of what good and historic goals and preservation do. We stumbled across the reality that the historic layout of structures on the site are what we're looking to do. So that sort of relationship with the HDC and sort of the development history here, I think, is really interesting. Zach, go ahead. So again, 3 steps. First is a special use permit that would approve the proposed buildings in their locations. Second is the special use with the dimensional relief, which facilitates the subsequent subdivision. So Zach, go ahead. I think Kevin and I had a great dialogue about this earlier, and I wanted to sort of touch on this briefly, but there's a difference between what zoning is for. What is your best sort of intent and purpose of zoning, and what strict compliance to the zoning code might do. And sometimes strict compliance to the zoning code would have an impact adverse to the actual purpose of intent of planning and zoning. And Kevin, I don't know if you just wanted to touch base on that really quick.
Microphone and swear in.
Raise your hand.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Raise your hand.
Yes. Absolutely.
State your name, please.
Kevin Diamond.
Thank you.
Excellent. I think Dylan did a great job explaining all this. I'll keep it brief. I think just our view on this, and this has been just roughly 24 months in the making to be here tonight in front of you all. So thank you for your time. It's a pretty monumental step for us in this project. We've been at it for a long time. The way we see this is the zoning ordinance is a framework that is intended to address the standard, right? And really the most use cases throughout Providence. And every once in a blue moon, we come across a site that's truly unique and deserves something that's exceptional, something that's different. And that's what this site is. And I think if you kind of look at the arc of our presentation down to the very beginning, one of the first slides that Dylan presented, I think is a really good narrative. It really explains what technically is zoning compliant, like what the ordinance book would tell you to do. But what it does is not best for this site.
at the end of the day, it's a really, really special site. It's, you know, Captain George Benson House, one of the really beloved buildings in College Hill. The zoning ordinance would lend that the correct thing to do from a zoning perspective, from the ordinance strictly perspective, is to put, you know, density spread out along the site. But really, the solution is to move them and to tailor it. And that's really where we arrived through numerous charrettes that were held graciously by the Providence Preservation Society, where it was an open door. Anybody who wanted to come was welcome. And we got really wonderful dialogue. And what comes out during these meetings are what the exceptions should be, what exceptional solutions should be applying to exceptional sites. So that's really what this is about. And that's why we're here, because it is complicated. There's, you know, to satisfy the actual standards of the book while also making what's correct for the site from a historic and a sensitivity standpoint. What's best for the Benson House, they're not always the same thing. And that's really, I think, the crux of our meeting.
Yeah, so thank you, Kevin. We'll jump down, get into the details a little bit. As the chairman likes to say, put a little meat on the bone. This is special use permit 1202K9. So for sake of convenience, I might call it the dog special use permit. It's the K9 special use permit. We'll get into the L8 or the late special use permit later. But right here, I think the important part for us is the principal structure as proposed. You see them throughout the layout here. They basically are abutting the northern lot line, which is where the historic structures were. When we talk about where those buildings are proposed, where they are, I've identified the areas where the setback adjustments would be applicable pursuant to 1202K9. We'll walk through each of the standards and elements for it, but for the details and the nitty gritty, you do see the dimensions laid out there, and they're highlighted individually on the layout of the map. Zach, you want to jump down to the next one? So here, I would like to introduce Ed Pimentel momentarily. I do, throughout the presentation, make references to findings made by the HDC staff, as well as the HDC approval. Those dates next to it are the references to the specific report and recommendations made by the HDC staff. You can see the iterative process, the 4/15/24, 2/24/25, 4/28/25. There was a lot of work that was done there, resulting finally in the HDC approval. Also, you know, and I think Bob really already highlighted this, and I know that Choyan goes through it as well oftentimes, but the DBD staff has also made findings in support of 1202K9. And Ed, if you just want to introduce yourself, I request that Mr. Pimentel be accepted as an expert. I believe he's appeared in front of this board before.
Yeah, we've seen and accepted Ed Pimentel as a real estate expert, or sorry, planning.
Probably once or twice, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, more than once. That's what then if we get the stenographer to swear him in, please.
So I'm sure the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth of God.
I do.
The statement in there.
Edward Pimentel, that's P as in Paul, IMENTEL.
Thank you.
Ed, what I'm looking at here is the specific criteria. This is 1901 B3 B2. We'll get through B3 and B1 momentarily. And some of these will be repetitive. I'd just ask the staff if we can move a lot quicker if we sort of really focus in on Ed's findings here, and I'll reference back to them when we get to 1202 L8 later. But the Ed, just, you know, will the special use permit here, the locations of the buildings, the density in the buildings, will it substantially injure the use and enjoyment of the neighborhood or significantly devalue neighborhood property?
No, it will not. You want me to continue?
Yeah. If just kind of, you know, we've cited to 5 different pages in your report.
Yeah. So I want to add on a little bit to what Kevin just stated. And actually, it was interesting listening to the first 2 agenda items tonight as well. I step back from the perspective that a comprehensive plan first is setting over an overall arching vision and goals, objectives for the community. And we do our best.
community by community, and then to craft the necessary regulations, which are the zoning ordinance, primarily the zoning ordinance and your land development subdivision regs. For example, just tonight with the row house, once you start to apply the practical application of regulation, you kind of see the pitfalls and sometimes where you don't really are realizing what you're trying to accomplish. That's just the nature of the game. So the comprehensive plan really is where, right, your vision is laid out and really where you really are trying to accomplish the goals and objectives of the various areas. But the problem is you craft regulations. It's difficult to craft the regulations for every unique nuance. And that's why relief quite often is reasonable and appropriate. I would like to lay the foundation from your comprehensive plan, first and foremost, in regards from objective LU1 strategy A. So this talks about protecting and enhancing stable neighborhoods, in particular historic districts. And here's what it says. To strictly regulate new construction in these areas to preserve buildings and sites of historical, architectural, and cultural significance, and to ensure compatibility of new construction with existing historic patterns. So I think there's already an idea, or at least there's a perception in the comprehensive plan that there's going to be these unique nuances out there, these historical structures that you're trying to preserve, but there's also other balancing interests. You want to realize new construction. Infill development is where you're trying to realize new construction. There's only so much land area left in the city of Providence. So how do you balance all these interests? And by the way, I don't call them competing interests. I think you can accomplish all of these through reasonable to grant a reasonable release. So do I believe that this will injure or impair the enjoyment of the property of the neighborhood? No, in fact, it'll be the exact opposite. We will realize new housing. We will preserve the integrity and the character of the Benson House in several ways. When we first started to look at developing this property and we started going through the charrettes, we thought about what could we do to maximize use of this property to realize the greatest quantity of owner occupancy of housing. And that was to surround it with lots. But what happened was, not only did you impact the viewshed corridor of the Benson House, but even more importantly, the massing and scale of the homes that surrounded it took the focal point completely away from the Benson House. Because here's the problem. There's another unique nuance of this that hasn't even mentioned today. We have 3 street frontages. This isn't a traditional lot where you have neighbors on both sides and a neighbor to the rear, where at least the only focal point of viewshed you're concerned about is from one street vantage. We've got 3 street vantage points. So we have to consolidate all of the housing behind it in a smaller area, which results in 99% of the variances that we need, and those are all setback oriented. But at least we're able to do that, accommodate that density, and back it up to an institution. And in fact, the institution that we're backing it up to is under the School of Design. It's itself is a 17,000 square foot facility that actually is a distance from the property because we're oriented to their backyard. So it's not like we're also imposing on another neighbor. So I thought this was the perfect fit from a land use perspective when we had the design team together. And I also did neighborhood analysis. So from that perspective, no, I don't think it'll injure at all. In fact, I think it's going to be very contributing.
Thank you, Ed. Zach, you want to jump down the next slide? So I think Ed already walked us through this, but just for the sake of the record, will it be detrimental and injurious to the general health or welfare of the community? I thought Ed's presentation on that front, particularly in the manner it was based in the comprehensive plan, is very helpful and instructive here. I will also note here again, the HDC approval and the DPD staff makes affirmative findings in support of, this is 1903 B3B3. I'm going to jump one more down. So this is specific and objective criteria. The new state law requires special use permits that have sort of focused performance requirements. I'm going to go through each of these. These are just sort of factually evident. The application speaks for itself in this front, but the lot is more than a 5,000 square foot minimum area for the new subdivision. The subject lot is almost 30,000 square feet. All of the lots being proposed are greater than 5,000 square feet. The K9B, these are sort of the specific criteria that comes out of 1202 in addition to the sort of generic special use permit criteria from 1901. So K9B, the initial lot is greater than 10,000 square feet. Yes, we are preserving a principal structure, 100%. That's what this is all about. Preserving the Benson building and views of the Benson building, going beyond just preservation of the structure and enhancing the HDC's goals of just actually being able to see these historic structures, not just their mere preservation. The yield does not exceed one dwelling unit per 5,000 square feet, actually plus an additional unit. If necessary, Mr. Chairman, I can go to a slide we have at the end about the yield, but I think Mr. Azar's presentation on that front was fantastic. We are, and the DPD finding speaks for itself as well. We are less than the yield maximum from 1202K9, and no dwelling exceeds the 3 stories. Those are all just factually evident. So we do meet all of these specific and objective criteria. Zach, you want to jump down? There are other features within 1202K9 that I think the best way that we can meet this is by imposing conditions on the approval of 1202K9. We have no objection to that, specifically requiring that we preserve the George Benson house. There'll be no short-term rentals on any of the property, and that none of the properties shall be occupied by more than 3 college students. No objections to any of those conditions. Zach, want to jump down one more? Kevin, do you mind just jumping in here? And I know that you went through a lot of iterations in neighborhood charrettes. If you could just talk about what that experience was like, what you learned from the neighborhood, what you learned from Providence Preservation, what you learned from HDC, and how you came up with this layout.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think this slide is helpful. I like the yellow shape, like the view cone as we called it, in the top left corner on the plan. I honestly started by spending a lot of time out there in person, and not just in one season, but in not just the summer where it's fully leaved, but also in the winter when you can see it like it is today. And understanding what would be the threshold where that view would be compromised, and how do you stay out of that threshold, and spending time understanding, like, you know, what are you going to see from these critical points, and then actually doing massing studies with 3-dimensional software and seeing really where these forms need to be introduced so that they're just not either not visible or not impactful. Because as Dylan said, preserving the house, which we are actually doing right now, the house is currently being restored by our team. Restoring its presence is equally important as the object itself, because not everybody gets to go inside the Benson house every day, but it's been a beloved character in the neighborhood. So to be able to still see it and not have that experience changed is really important. But you know, how we arrived at the design that we landed on was through multiple charrettes. We had several at our office. We had at least one with Providence Preservation Society hosted by them, with you know, former members of the HDC coming in, and just experts in this field that can come in and really comment on and pull from precedent, you know, talk about what precedents have been done in other parts of the country, what precedents have been done right here in our backyard, right in Providence, that allow for and show what good architectural examples are where you put density in the right place. And I don't even like the word density in this context. It's really where you put form, where you put volume, and how do you sculpt that. If you, I may actually want to share a screen at some point, because I have some renderings that are a little more up to date than this that I think tell the story. But you know, understanding exactly where the roof line would start and where it would stop, so that you don't see it. So when you're at the human scale, obviously from the aerial view you can see anything, but not many people in here riding around the drone. What you're going to see as a human being with your, you know, eye level is what we were studying. So we had charrettes, and I was literally there, not just talking about the design, but actually modeling it in real time. So if somebody made a comment, hey, I think this could be taller or should be shorter, or what if you move this further behind that? I was in real time modeling with everybody in the room, and it became a really awesome model that would capture everybody's feedback. And then from there, we came back to our architectural studio and refined all those ideas to what you're seeing today. So it was an incredibly interactive, open door process. And I have to say, in full candor,
every single person who came to this charrette hosted by PBS. It's really awesome to say, and I know this would happen every single time, but in this case, something that everybody said made its way into this design. And that to me is really powerful when you're thinking about how to improve something so important like this site.
Thank you, Kevin. Similar to the yield documentation, to the extent that this board is curious on sort of the level of detail and follow through by Kevin and his team, we do have some bonus optional slides at the end of this deck, which we can go through, which sort of literally shows each of those comments from the different review periods. Zach, can you jump down another slide? What I think is great about, and the 1202K9, this board deserves credit as well. This is a relatively new version of the zoning ordinance, and it seems to specifically contemplate this fact pattern where there's a historic structure on the site. It's a little bit awkwardly located. We want to preserve this structure. We don't want to prevent housing. We want to create a scenario where we can sort of realize the built environment in a way that makes sense. And here, I think you see exactly that, right? What 1202K9 does, what this special use permit does, is it allows us to leave base zoning to recreate what was there before. And I think that's fantastic policy. Zach, you want to jump down? So, how do you pull that off? I've got a couple of images here. Kevin can walk you through some of the design details on the condo building in the rear. I've highlighted it on the overview of the site. That red circle in the top right image, you can see how tucked away the condo building is compared to the remainder of the site. In the image in the middle, you might be able to make out two green boxes, one on the left-hand side and one sort of in the center and the bottom. Those are the only residences in the area, and then sort of a white arrow pointing to where the condo unit would be. It's as removed as possible from the other residential properties. So it's, one way that we are respecting the historic site is by tucking the new density as far away from any sort of impact on the public's experience of the historic mansion. Zach, I'm sorry, Kevin, do you want to just talk a little bit about how you figured out how to do sort of the condo building back there and how it fits?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's similar to what I was saying earlier, how it started with sightline study. So standing literally at the corner, me as a human standing at the corner with my eye height, looking at the sun in different sort of foliage conditions and understanding what you would realistically see and what you realistically would. And, one of the things that we talked about a lot too, which comes into play here, is the bounding box of the site. I think, it's almost like this jewel box of a site that you've got this awesome stone wall that envelops the site, and it takes on different materials and forms and transitions, but it really is like this case, this wrapper that wraps around the site. And as you can see in the image on the left, to accommodate necessary garage doors, we are actually puncturing them through the wall rather than interrupting the wall. And that's another visual sort of tactic to allow the impact of this to be incredibly minimal. So not only is it tucked really far back, set way outside of any sort of view corridor of the mansion, not only of the mansion, but from the mansion out too. Like, that's important to preserve. We didn't really speak about that a lot tonight, but we talked a lot about the public realm and what folks would see of the mansion. Well, the mansion has for the last several centuries also been looking out, and it's not really on us, up to us to change that either. So we're trying to navigate both the views in and the views out, and how does this new thing get tucked away to really what even less close, I would say, to the mansion than one of the original images that was from a historic plat map. So that's, I mean, I wouldn't say it was terribly scientific, but it was something that we studied pretty consistently.
Thank you. I actually think that sort of brings me to the conclusion of step one. That's the 1202K9, the dog special use permit. Again, we're looking for approval of the buildings in their proposed locations underneath 1202K9. And then now I'm going to jump into special use permit 1202L8. This is the later special use permit, the second of the two. And this is what is facilitating the subdivision. State law requires that all special use permits related to a subdivision be submitted simultaneously. It requires that special use permits that could not be approved without a dimensional variance be considered simultaneously. So 1202L8 and the dimensional variances need to be considered simultaneously by this board. As you can see, what we're really talking about is how we drop the invisible lines on the map after 1202K9 establishes the structures and the unit count. So this is really sort of the nitty gritty on survey work. And so all we're doing here is we're not altering the buildings. The dimensional variances are all about the buildings in the same positions that they just were. This allows us to put the lot lines in. Zach, can you jump down one? Ed, the 1901 B3 B2 and 1901 B3 B3 are identical. As to both this special use permit and the previous, would all of your findings apply to this special use permit in the same way?
Yes, they would, actually, to complement the effort in reaching a clear determination on this. I went and did a neighborhood analysis that went beyond merely just the noticing requirements. I'd like to take a real look at the surrounding blocks when I do my neighborhood analysis, because obviously, when you're doing noticing, you're cutting through parcels and you're cutting through the middle of blocks. Well, I did an analysis of the subject block as well as all of the surrounding blocks and took into consideration actually 39 distinct properties. It was almost a mix. It is true that immediately surrounding this property is all institutional for most part, but there was a blend of residential in there. And it was interesting because obviously this is one of the larger lots in the neighborhood, even when you take into consideration the surrounding blocks. And from a density perspective, it's a pretty dense neighborhood. My analysis concluded, I took into consideration, the average density was 1 unit for 3386. If you consider that we're talking 5 units spread almost at 30,000, we're actually less dense. So we're consolidating the development, preserving the Benson house on this larger lot to protect the view sheds and still staying under what is otherwise a pretty dense neighborhood from the density perspective. So I would say that would also conclude about the this meeting the special use permit criteria and that's in character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Zach, you want to jump down one more? Here again, this is sort of that other general criteria, which is applicable to all special use permits. Zach, can you go down one more? Mr. Pimentel has testified to both of those at this point. Here, again, the specific and objective criteria, 1202 L8A, just factually, and the DPD finding supports this. All the lots proposed in the original lot are greater than 5,000 square feet. Please go back one, thanks. And then I'm going to jump down one more bullet on this slide, offered conditions of approval. Again, offering the same condition on this special use permit that we offered on the other. This is one of the required criteria in L8C, that the property shall not be occupied by more than 3 college students. No objection to that. Here's where these dimensional variances come into play, and basically we're required to submit for all of these dimensional variances at the same time as this special use permit, is because the density on Defoe, when that 3-unit condo building is put on its own lot as opposed to a part of the lot as an overall, we don't meet the dimensional criteria for minimum lot size. However, density for that lot is really being realized as a result of the property owner and the developer deciding against, in partnership with the HTC, to improving the other areas on the lot. So basically the square footage that is not being developed on the mansion lot is effectively, but not literally, effectively being used to support the total density of the site. The total density of the overall site is not above and beyond. But the density of this particular lot does require dimensional variance. We'll get into that momentarily. That's lot C for condo. So the condo lot does need the dimensional variance because it has 3 units on about 5,000 square feet, just north of 5,000 square feet. Zach, can we jump down? This is all of the relief requested. We have it laid out in our survey as well, and Mr. Pimentel reviews it in his report. We're going to jump down. Those dimensional variances are a part of our requested setbacks. I've kind of organized all of the relief being requested as follows. The first round is sort of the existing exterior lot line, now that each of these buildings are being put on their own parcel, I think a dimensional variance to approve the reduction in setback. You can see the blue circles on each. They're actually identical to the purple circles we had in our original map like this. They're laid out in dimensional detail on the left. Zach, can you jump down? We'll go through the standards on each of these momentarily. I just want to kind of narrow the focus so everyone knows what we're talking about when we go through the elements for these dimensional variances. The rear lot line, so I've highlighted the lot lines in purple that are requiring the dimensional variances here. You can see it's only 12.2 at that point. It's only 4.7 at one point. I will say largely the rear yard setback for lot C is about 16.8 feet, but in fact there is one point that is 4.7 feet, so that's our identified request for relief. Those are all of these requests for relief, sort of the internal setbacks, are lot lines that are subject not to the street, not to a neighbor, but only to ourselves. That's not really one of the legal criteria, but I do find that board members want to know that this relief is really all related only to our own property, what we're proposing for our own structures here. Zach, jump down. Here again, so just that's how we accomplish this. All right, that's how this exact proposal gets split up into 3 separate lots. We use 1202 L8 with dimensional relief. Zach, jump down. Lot C for condo, the condo density, we're above and beyond building coverage. It's not just setbacks, and then there's 3 family on 5,000 square feet, so we need dimensional relief from 1202 L8B. We wanted to offer a condition here. I don't want to be repetitive, but I think this is a critical concept, that we're offering the condition that the density on lot C is conditioned on the preservation of the 2 HDC reviewed view corridors on proposed lot A, that's the mansion. So basically, in order to accommodate the density on lot C, we are accepting a condition that the view corridors on lot A are protected because they're sort of tied 1-to-1. That's how these special use permits seem to work. Zach, you want to jump down? Here's all the variance standards. I know this is a very veteran board. I won't belabor you with, but it's important to see all of these. This is what we're going to walk through right now with Mr. Pimentel and the findings from the HDC and the DPD staff. Zach, jump down. You can jump down again. I think Bob Azar's presentation on hardship was very valuable. The HDC's goals as to structure and built environment, I think, are relevant here, but also a unique character of the land. We have challenging topography. We're sort of a street peninsula surrounded by a street on 3 sides. It's a double corner lot. That's also an odd phenomenon. But Ed, if you could just take a minute to talk about the hardship here.
Sure. As Attorney Conley stated, that's actually eloquently stated by everybody, which if you were to visually impose all the limitations on this property, when I mean by the word limitation, I mean those restrictive components that we're trying to preserve. So if you took into consideration and shaded out the view shed areas we're trying to preserve, if you took into consideration shaded out the areas where you don't want to see additional massing and scale, because it would take away from the focal point of the Benson house. And then if you took away the fact that we are trying to tuck this in
up against the sole remaining neighbor, as we're completely surrounded by exposed streetlights. We got three frontages. Where would you end up? You'd be consolidating it behind the Benson house in the back two corners. That's where you'd be consolidating a density. What does that result in? That results in the inability of meeting 99.5 to 99% of the dimensional criteria, which are all setback relief. Right, the sole remaining one would be coverages, which I need to speak to on the hardship of that too. But if you take into consideration, we were considerate in that regard too. We didn't even come close to maximizing what the regulations would seek overall on the entire property on one parcel, because we're consolidating the greater density. But if you take into consideration even that, we were very, very, very considerate, not maximizing usage of this property from an impervious perspective, still preserving, once again, what we could. Trees, the visual corridors, the preservation of the Benson house. These things were all very considerate in the design. And like I said, it's all because of the unique features and aspects of this property, which is unavoidable.
Thank you. Zach, you want to jump down? So I hope everyone enjoyed that that PowerPoint trick. That took me about an hour and a half to figure out how to do that. But if you see how the building kind of fades in, and those blue circles are where structure could have gone, and you can see how structure would have blocked those two key sight lines right at the corner of Prospect and Angell and Defoe and Angell. So we're sort of, a portion of hardship is the unique structure and preserving those views, and so that shows how leaving base zoning is accomplishing that. Zach, can I go to the next one? We're also going to preserve the wall. I think Kevin has provided some great testimony to that effect as well. You jump down. You can, here again, I'm going to try to move quickly here, but the same set of evidence supports different portions of relief. So I don't want to leave any stone unturned. Here you can see again that what we're doing here is we're reinvigorating the historic built environment. Zach, you want to jump down? Here's some of those topography issues. If you sort of look at those contour lines on the far left, you can see that we're completely surrounded by street, double corner lot. We're a gray peninsula. You can see the house itself is right in the dead center of the lot, and then all of those contour lines. It's pretty wicked. I mean, there's the structures landed where they landed, and the structures have been in those locations for a reason. The topography is telling us to do that. Zach, you want to jump down? Ed, I think you've talked about this a lot. You dealt with this in the special use permit criteria, but just very briefly, that the hardship is not related to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. Can you touch on that?
Sure. Absolutely. So all of the variances we seek are obviously resulting from the unique characteristics of this property, and we've mentioned many of them multiple times. So we're trying to preserve view sheds. We're dealing with topographical issues, the pre-existing positioning of the Benson house midpoint of the property, and it's not a small structure. It's a rather substantial structure, but yet we have to take that into consideration as we're placing the density. So when you take all these things into consideration, that is really what's resulting in all these variances. But even such, as we took into consideration development of this property, we obviously needed to be mindful of the neighborhood. That's why we did our analysis, kept density and massing and scale proportionate and in character, so that we're meeting our needs while also protecting the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Zach, can you jump down? There's been no evidence submitted that this is related to the physical or economic disability of the applicant. Kevin Diamond is here. He can answer any questions to that effect, but I think the record speaks for itself. It's not due to the physical or economic disability of the applicant. Zach, can you jump down? No prior action of the applicant, certainly. The property was in its state when it was acquired. This is also Unified Development Review. Technically, that's rendered moot. But Zach, go ahead. Consistency with zoning and the comprehensive plan. I think both Kevin Diamond and Ed Pimentel's presentations have been directly on point here. I'm going to move through the slides sort of one by one, but not spending too much time.
When you're moving to the slides, Dylan, can you make sure that, that you're not testifying on these, that you ask your experts to testify on those standards?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go back and have them specify on the prior action?
I actually would, yes.
Or the other one, but this one, he's right, this is.
Actually, the prior action is moot, but
We can go up one more, Zach.
That one,
that one,
no, one more.
sorry, keep going.
Yeah.
Yes, there it is.
Mr.
Disability of the applicant, yep.
Mr. Pimentel, have you seen anything that leads you to believe that the relief being requested is related to the physical or economic disability of the applicant?
No, not at all. It's all associated with the property itself.
Mr. Diamond, can you please respond? Is there anything related to you or your company or the applicant, anything related to your physical or economic disability requiring you to request this relief?
No.
I think that was a no. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Zach, you want to slide down? Alteration of surrounding area. I think the strongest evidence here is absolutely the HDC approval, which makes a finding that is directly on point. This is HDC approval 2510. I've cited to it throughout, but they specifically find that will not have an adverse impact on the property or the historic district, that the proposal is congruous with the structure, its appurtenances, and the surrounding historic district. It's architecturally compatible, it's appropriate in size, scale, and form. So I think those are really directly on point. And Ed, this all of your analysis that you've presented, we're still conforming here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Zach, next one. Consistency with purposes of intent of the zoning ordinance. Ed, you've cited to a few of the purposes and intent. I've laid them out here. Do you want to go through any of them in particular, or you just want to confirm that it's consistent with the purposes and intent of the zoning ordinances?
Yeah, I mean, in particular, right, we're trying to preserve the historic, a major historical feature that's not only been detailed here, but it's actually acknowledged in the comprehensive plan. And it is one of the purpose and intents. The second one would also, of course, be introduction of much needed housing. I've stated before, somebody would say that the comprehensive plan may appear to have competing interests. I call that a balance of interests. And that's why it's difficult to craft regulations where you can point and say, we can meet every single one. We're trying to preserve the historic integrity of the Benson House, which is one of the purpose and intents. We're trying to introduce and promote housing. And we're trying to do this in a consistent manner with the comp plans and in a high quality design. There are, and I know the commission reads everything. I went through that comprehensive plan and I excerpted anything that had to do with any of these four components. And it's all in the report. A, preservation of historic housing. B, trying to create housing that you talk about whole house, modern housing. I accepted everything. It's in my it's in the report to show how we not only meet the respective burdens for the granting of the dimensional relief, the standards for granting the special use permit, and later, of course, the standards for the granting of the sub.
Thank you. Zach, can we go down? Mr. Pimentel just provided testimony as to consistency with the comprehensive plan as well. We have 4 slides dedicated to that. Zach, I'm just going to ask you to go through each of them one at a time. And Mr. Pimentel, if you could just take a look at each slide and just confirm that our references to your report are accurate and fair. So, Ed, everything there amounts to and is consistent with your report. Is that correct?
Correct. I reviewed the comprehensive plan textually, which is noted throughout the slides. I took a look at the future land use map from a density perspective. I took a look at the goals and objectives from both the land use and housing elements. And then, of course, paying particular attention to both housing and historic district preservation, which I detailed in my report and carried through on your slides.
Thank you. And the DPD staff, their report is also, it speaks for itself, certainly, but our quote here shows that we're compliant here. Zach, go to the next slide. Here again, Mr. Pimentel's provided testimony to this effect. Zach, next slide. Here again, Zach, next slide. Here again, Zach, next slide. Thank you. The other dimensional variance components are more than a mere inconvenience, so we're gonna kind of move through that right now. Next slide. Oh, is a permitted use. So the permitted uses are specifically identified under 1202 K9, 1202 L8. Also, single family is permitted use under the use table. HTC staff has also found that the uses are appropriate. HTC approval has found that it's appropriate. Table 12.1, as a matter of fact, we can just take administrative notice that it's appropriate. But Mr. Pimentel, are all the proposed uses permitted uses?
They are.
Thank you. Zach, next slide. Mere inconvenience. Mr. Pimentel, again, I hate to keep on asking you to be repetitive. I think your presentation so far has been fantastic, but for the sake of making sure we have meat on the bone, if you could walk us through mere inconvenience.
Sure. I actually took an opposing view here when I answered this question in my own mind. What would a denial be based on not meeting mere inconvenience? What would we end up with? We have a Benson house that, by the way, and they're going to speak in a few minutes of that they've already been putting great effort and revenue into preserving. But why would they do that? They would do that because A, there's an opportunity to realize greater development and revenue that you're required to salvage the Benson house. What would a denial do? A, we would end up with a Benson house that's sitting there, dilapidated. Time is going to take its toll. And B, we would lose housing. Yes, it would be a loss of mere inconvenience because we are fulfilling numerous goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. That's what a denial would do. Would counter that, would be contrary to.
Thank you. I actually, specifically, in your opinion, would a denial amount to a harm to the Historic District Commission's goals?
Absolutely, as once again evidenced by the HDC's decision itself.
Thank you. Next slide. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I have a lot of data, Mr. Chairman, on how we're actually foregoing a significant amount of potential property development. We can come back to it as necessary. I have it broken out in general and as to each lot. But I think the presentation so far, I've already hit this. So Zach, if you could just jump down to slide 54, we're going to wrap up step 2. I think we've completed this dimensional variance presentation and the 1202 L8, the later of the two special use permits. Now we're moving to the subdivision approval standards, which are very similar.
Before we get too far into that, I just want to go back and ask, I think it's going to be Ed, on the special use permit. There are specific and objective criteria that you discussed, Dylan, but I didn't hear Ed speak to them for the criteria specifically in Article 12 and then the 3 general that complies with the conditions set forth, that the granting of the proposed special use permit will not substantially injure the use or enjoyment nor significantly devalue the neighboring property, and granting of the special use permit will not be detrimental or injurious to the health or welfare of the community. I just want to make sure those are on the record as well.
Sure.
For the conditions of the special use permit and not for the other criteria.
So
Zach, if you could go back to slide 21, we're going to move through slide 21, 22, 23 with Mr. Pimentel right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure, we're talking about section 1901.B.3, correct? Yeah, we're referring.
Those are the three.
Those are the 3, but then in Article 12, there is the dwelling units permitted in the R1 zone with special use permit of lots 10,000 square feet or 5,000 with lot area, et cetera, et cetera.
Zach, that's slide 23.
Because those are the specific to this special use permit.
So, Mr. Pimentel, does the special use permit application, which allows for the 3 family on the roughly 5,000 square foot lot, subject to 1202 L8A. Are all of the lots greater than 5,000 square feet in minimum lot area?
That is correct, and in fact, it's kind of out specifically in the ordinance itself in 1201 to the use metric, maintenance that a three-family is permitted by special use permit within the R1 district.
And Mr. Chairman, we are offering the condition of approval that pursuant to 1202 L8C, the property shall not be occupied by more than 3 college students. Then specific to 1202 L8B, that is where we are requesting those dimensional variances. Mr. Pimentel, have we requested the appropriate dimensional variances for 1202 L8B such that we've requested for additional density on a 5,000 square foot lot in an R1 zone?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, have we successfully addressed your concerns and placed the evidence on the record?
Mr. Chairman, did you want me to add a little bit more weight to the substantially injure the use of enjoyment and the general welfare and health? It wouldn't hurt, yes. So I'm going to reiterate, that's why I do my neighborhood analysis. I don't take just into consideration, and so I'm gonna be redundant here, but. And what I'll do is I'll put the information right from the report into the record for that reason. So I looked at my neighborhood analysis, taken into consideration. And if you want to follow along, it has the report out. It starts on page 8 of 20, but. So I took into consideration, like I said, I analyzed every single lot within the subject block and every single lot in the surrounding blocks. There were 39 individual properties. 16 of them were residentially improved. The rest were institutional or commercial in nature. 12 of the properties, or approximately 31%, contained less than 5,000 square feet. 5 of these were residentially improved, which is 1/3 of this whole new branch. 11 of the properties, or approximately 20%. And the reason why I did this too is because sometimes I think people may have concerns about lot configuration. So I also analyzed the actual physical configuration of each parcels and determined that 28% of them had also didn't meet like lot limits, frontage on the street and so forth, that they were themselves uniquely configured. Then there was a mixture of single, 2, 3s, and multi-units. I mean, this is a variety of residential land uses. So it wasn't as if half of it is residentially improved, but they were all single family character. Now there's a mixture of uses throughout this neighborhood. I did a lot density analysis. It's in my neighborhood. It came down to 1 unit for 3386. Unlike what the regulations call for on lot density at 1 per 5,000. As the director stated, we're in conformance with that density. We're not trying to over maximize usage of this property. And finally, the number of lots, like I said before, that were even less than 5,000. And I did this specifically and solely because our condo lot is just at approximately that 5,000 square feet. And that constituted 31% of this neighborhood. So based on all that, I felt very comfortable in saying that we're not going to be injurious to the character of this neighborhood. We're not going to devalue this neighborhood. In fact, I think this would be very contributing to the neighborhood.
For what it's worth, Mr. Chairman, I will add from a legal perspective, the law that requires municipalities to consider variances alongside special use permits is 452442D. And that is what brings us as a part of that being considered simultaneously. And specifically Unified Development Review on 452446.4 requires this board to consider the variance together. So I think that's going to bring us back down to, Zach, where were we? About slide
54.
54.
And again, but one question, or actually 2 things before we move on to, you're done with the zoning portion and you're moving on to subdivision?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Just quickly on those. we're going to have to stipulate that we do not have a report from Ed Pimental. The commissioners do not have one. I believe there was something emailed to staff on maybe Friday or something. However, we are basing Ed Pimental his all of his expert testimony based on his testimony here today, solely on your testimony today. And we would like to incorporate this presentation and all the materials, which we will get a copy of as a part of the record today as well.
Yeah, I just want to say that what Attorney Bordoni sent to Choyan on Friday included the presentation. There was a spreadsheet that you spoke to with lot areas and densities and so forth, but there was no additional report.
I will personally offer my apology. Can I submit into the record? Can I submit into the record tonight and then?
I mean, I believe that you have presented a lot of detailed information about the standards. And the findings.
Can I just for the sake of
You're welcome to give it to Choyan, but I think your testimony stands.
Okay. So here is my report, my resume, and as the director stated, the neighborhood now so that I can speak into.
Okay, and then it's my understanding that the applicant will have to return to the HDC for approval for this. Is that correct? Because we're talking about, there's a lot of assertions of HDC approval, but I believe there's still, you still need final HDC approval. Is that correct, Attorney Conley?
Yes, we have conceptual approval. The approval that I'm referencing and the value it has specific to this application was that it was requested by DPD staff for it to move forward in this manner, and the findings made by both HDC staff and the HDC itself are congruous with the findings required for approval this evening.
So if we impose a condition on any approval that we may grant this evening, that they're conditioned upon HDC final approval, the applicant would have no issue with that, correct?
No issue. It sounds like there's not a condition creating an additional legal requirement, but just compliance with HDC rules and regulations. We have no objection with that.
Yeah, and their final approval, correct, because you're in the historic district. And if anything were to obviously change at the HDC, we request that you come back to us. That's the rationale for that. You can't say anything until you're sworn in, so please.
Thomas said testimony about taking this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Yes, I do.
Your name, sir?
Justin DeZubi. Just one clarifying question. Before we get the final HDC approval, we can still do the final subdivision and continue with that plan. Is that correct in my understanding?
Well, I'm talking about it for any of these approvals tonight. I think it would be prudent for us. We're not privy to HDC discussions or deliberations. I would feel better discussing this with the caveat that any changes that HDC should make, that the final approval is predicated upon HDC approval. And which you may need statutorily to record your final plan anyway. I'm not sure, but we can look into that.
Mr. Chairman.
And that any changes if any changes imposed by HDC create changes to the plan that you presented to us this evening, that you'd have to come back to us.
I think from a timing standpoint, that would create substantial challenges for us, just because of where each of these projects is. We are, as Kevin noted, already under construction at the main house at 64 Angell. That single family we're proposing for Prospect Street is in a lot of ways a simpler building than the multi-family condo building we're proposing for Defoe. So it is our intention to sell the single family at Angell Street prior to having the single family Prospect Street potentially even permitted, and certainly before its completion, and so much for, the building at the FO. And we wouldn't be able to sell the single family at Angel Street if the subdivision, were not able to be finalized prior to having HDC, final approval. Of course, no development would actually be done at those sites without final HDC approval for those specific sites and the development at those specific sites. For example, we're not going to start the construction of the single family fronting Prospect Street without final HDC approval for that building. And the same goes for the condo building on the FO. But to wait to do the final subdivision before we have HDC final approval would be problematic given the timing of everything. Actually.
Okay, that's a good point. We'll deliberate on that.
The actual structures have their own approval process with their proposals.
I know, I find it difficult to separate them out because there is so much of an emphasis on the view sheds and the sight lines. I don't think they're separate. But again, we can continue to discuss it.
I will say that compared to the original zoning compliant subdivision that was submitted, the applicant has already delayed the project by 2 years, working with the city and the HTC.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to delay it. If you already have conceptual approval through HDC and you're working towards final, that's all I'm looking for, to make sure that there's nothing significantly different from this plan that HDC approves after the fact, and that they do put their stamp on the final 3 structures that are going to exist here on this currently situated lot. And I don't want to belabor the subject at this point. We can come back to it, but it's, and I don't want to delay anything. I see the effort that you put in.
Right, and to your point, with conceptual approval secured, which by no stretch was the first shot at getting that either. It's understood by our team and by the HDC that substantial changes will not be made. So that helps ameliorate any of those concerns. At this point, the way we see it, and the way that I believe they see it, is that the final approval is really predicated upon much more granular details like siding exposure and the exact window specification and the casing profiles and exactly the pitch of the hip roofs. Not where is the building or how far does this wall extend and things to that nature. I just want to add that level of flavor because we've had exhaustive discussions about this with them. So I wanted to just kind of fill everybody in on when we say that we haven't had final approval, that doesn't mean it's going to change things about view shed. It's going to change things maybe about, is it a 7 or 8 inch lap board exposure? That's what we're really talking about.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think that, what you're approving here, the dimensional relief and the special use permit for the 3 units on that lot with the condominium development proposal, I think you could certainly, it's part of it's implied and explicit in your approval that if they need different relief, that they would have to come back anyway. But I think
just as a practical matter, how master plan inherently vests, the massing and the layout, the site, is that what conceptual approval at HDC does? Or can they still shift things around? I mean, that's.
No, well, that's a.
Because that's what I'm thinking. If it is equivalent to a master plan approval, I'm okay with that, because any change will have to be a new.
I think it is because it gives the applicant assurance that this is the direction that they're headed in, and it would be arbitrary of the HDC to come back and say, well, we don't mean what we said the first time.
Right. And then they have to come back to us to get this, and then they have to go back to H. So thank you for indulging me and working through this with me.
No, no problem. Yeah, it is, yeah, the direction is set.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the board's approach to Mr. Pimentel's testimony and his report. I also, I have no objection to that. For the sake of the record, we would like the report included within the record because it was delivered to the city on Tuesday, January 6th at 1:45 p.m.
Was it?
Yes.
We'll look into that and we'll get back beyond that. So you move on to the subdivision now.
Mr. Pimentel, we're gonna sort of, I think, refocus our energy on the step 3 of this. So step 1, again, that K9 special use permit. We are the buildings and unit counts where they are proposed. L8, the later of the two with the dimensional variances, that separates those buildings onto each of their own lots. This is the actual subdivision material itself, step 3. If we can go down a page. I know, Mr. Pimentel, that we've talked a lot about how the overall project is certainly consistent with the comprehensive plan. If you could just take one additional moment to do 2 things, if you could. Identify whether or not your other findings relative to the other consistencies with the comprehensive plan apply to the subdivision, and then add a little bit of focus on how the subdivision itself is also consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Sure. And once again, I offer my apologies. Obviously, the report would have been in front of the commission members where I laid out the different standards for the granting of the subdivision. But not to be redundant, but the comprehensive plan, once again, has a balance of interests, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. And when we actually configured this subdivision, when we went through the various iterations over the last couple of years and how this property could be properly subdivided, we always ended up with impacts and inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. For example, we would impact the integrity of the historical structure, or we'd have too much mass or scale. We would be having impacts on the site itself from a historical tree perspective, too much coverage. I mean, every time we laid it out, there were things that could be done by right, but it wasn't the right thing to do. That makes sense. So I speak to, for example, number 2, one of the main goals is the built environment goal. And then what is the built environment versus what is the city of Providence trying to accomplish? And if I know you don't have the report in front of me, once again, I would offer my apologies. To that end, I excerpted so many goals and objectives to show consistency and how we met that balance of interests in showing that we were consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it wasn't an argument, well, if there is an inconsistency, how did you address it? I felt very confident that the way we laid out the subdivision with the property boundaries, albeit the next standard, did we comply with zoning? That's why we asked for the relief, that it realized greater consistency with the comprehensive plan, even though we needed zoning relief. And by the way, that speaks to density too with the future land use map, which is why I also substantiated that with an in-depth neighborhood analysis.
Thank you. Zach, if you go down to the next slide. Mr. Pimentel, on slides 204, 304, and 404, consistency with the comprehensive plan. If you could just take a moment to review the excerpts I have from your report. If you could just confirm that the slide is consistent with your report and your findings, and then once you confirm it, Zach, just move on to the next slide.
Yes, so what we did in preparing this deck was to then excerpt, because my report is, the methodology is laid out a little differently. So to meet the deck requirements, we excerpted different information than I had gleaned from comprehensive plan, my neighborhood analysis, and then we laid it out and we put the page number so that the commission could follow the law. So I would offer my third apology, but you can't do that right now. But that's why we did the strategy in addressing the requisite systems.
I think we just spoke to compliance with the zoning ordinance. The reason why we're requesting the dimensional relief. Mr. Pimentel, in your professional opinion, have we requested all of the dimensional relief necessary to perform the subdivision?
That is correct.
And have we met all of the standards in your professional opinion to receive those dimensional variances?
The standards for the granting of the special use permit and the respective burdens for the granting of the dimensional relief.
Thank you, Mr. Pimentel. Next slide, please. I think we've talked a bit about the environmental impact. I do want to introduce one other note. We do have the Schwartz Tree Care letter. The Schwartz Tree Care is advising us on how to maintain some of the significant trees. Mr. Pimentel, anything you wanted to add to environmental impact that you haven't already stated?
Yeah, because I found such great quotes out of the comprehensive, and I put this one purposely here under the standard. So it's quick, I'll just read it into the record. And it's objective BE4 preservation planning, which is to preserve the historic buildings and districts that contribute positively to Providence's urban fabric, and it states, what is the strategy to this? And that's to protect and preserve historic resources through design standards, zoning controls, easements, and other tools. And that's what we've been doing here tonight.
Zach.
Before we move on, I was provided the HDC approval along with their staff report. So on the previous issue discussed, I feel a lot better now. After having read this about the siting and the subdivision, but it did bring up one subject that we haven't talked about yet, and it said that the Benson house had proposed detached garage along the western portion of the parcel. This would require zoning variances, obviously, which is why you're here, including the removal of a significant tree. We haven't talked about removal of any significant trees.
Proposing not to remove it, you could ask.
That is not the case. We've actually shrunk the garage, the significant tree can stay. And then I mapped out the extent of the garage with Mr. David Schwartz, the arborist on site, and discussed exactly how the air spading would work, how we would handle the nutrition roots versus the structural roots while maintaining the exterior wall of the garage. I also studied what size, how small we can realistically make these garages until they're no longer usable, to actually shrink with the standards.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Next slide. Again, citing to that HDC approval, the chairman has had an opportunity to review. I appreciate that being handed to the chairman. The next one, please. Buildable lots. Mr. Pimentel, is there anything related to any of the lots being proposed, the 3 lots, that leads you to believe that they do not meet the definition of a buildable lot?
Obviously, I can only speak from a land use perspective. I'm not an engineer, but I don't see anything from a land use perspective that would do or deem these lots incapable of being developed in the manner so proposed.
Mr. Diamond, roughly, I know you're only established as an architect, not as an engineer, but you do have significant amount of development experience. Just in your opinion, is there anything about any of the sites that, from your professional experience as an architect, or separately your insight as a developer, leads you to believe that any of the 3 proposed lots are not buildable?
Not at all. I think they come with challenges, but they're absolutely buildable.
Thank you. Next slide. Street access. I actually thought the imagery of the preservation of the stone wall and the sort of commitment to historic preservation, sort of evidenced by that, was fantastic. But Mr. Diamond, from an objective standpoint, can you just explain exactly how street access will occur on each of the 3 sites? So if you could start with the mansion, then do the single family, and then do the condo. So that's lot A, B, and C in order. So with the mansion, how does street access work from a vehicular and a pedestrian standpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. What would be helpful though, just for those who might be a little less familiar with the site, I feel like I'm more familiar with this site than my own house at this point. So if we can actually flip to Zach, if you can get us to a site plan or an aerial, this way I can kind of walk.
34, Zach.
Otherwise, I'm just kind of talking in references.
Does that work?
Yeah, it's perfect. So if you look at the right-hand image, I think this tells the story, and how we're approaching site access is also incredibly specific to this site. I think if it was not in such a historic neighborhood, surrounded by what it's surrounded by, curb cuts weren't where they are, and the wall wasn't a huge part of this, that sort of stone wrapper I talked about, we would have come up with a much different approach. But generally, when you're thinking of how to access and ambulate around and through a historic site in general, you really want to limit how many curb cuts you're introducing to something like this. So this proposal has multiple owner-occupied residents proposed, but very, very, very little ingress in terms of lots of puncturing of that wall. So for example, one curb cut to the east on Prospect Street is how you access both the mansion and the single family home through a shared access easement is what was proposed. And the idea there is to really limit the disturbance. If you have multiple driveways and curb cuts and all those things coming through, it becomes visually kind of cluttered and fussy, and it also creates just logistically like a lot of extra traffic on Prospect Street. And what we tried to do is, if you look at this as a passerby or pedestrian looking at the site, it was really designed to feel like a mansion complex, where it's almost a campus of sorts, which when thinking from a preservation perspective, that's really the best way to approach these sites, in our opinion. One that feels like, perhaps this narrative has been here for a really long time, which actually it has, looking back at past plat maps. But essentially, you access the single family home through the same curb cut that you access the rotary drive, that's the roundabout for the mansion. That roundabout is not the primary parking for the mansion. The mansion will have its very own detached garage, which is on the western portion of the site on Defoe. That was, that arrived there through lots and lots of back and forth during the charrette. Also feedback from the Historic District Commission that introducing a carriage house along Prospect Street was absolutely not what anybody wanted to see. They wanted it to be dug into the hillside along Defoe, and because of the grading, that was possible. We were able to actually sink the cars into the grade, and you essentially punch through that stone wall with a 2-car garage.
Please forgive my interruption, but if Zach, you can jump over to slide 19, I think that will show some of Kevin's work on this front. Sorry.
So pretend you only see 2 garage doors, that detached garage. I have a revised rendering with me I can share. But essentially that's it. So circulation is very non-invasive to the surrounding area and to the site. We weren't the appropriate approach here is not to come through and start, slapping driveways all over the place and curb cuts to make it feel suburban. I think at the end of the day, this wants to continue to feel like the timeless mansion, estate structure, campus that it's been for since the 1700s. So in short, single family home off of Prospect is accessed through one curb cut that's shared by the mansion, and you essentially arc right in to the Prospect house. The detached garage for the mansion is accessed by Defoe, which we're seeing here on this image in the southwest corner, and essentially owners, the occupants of that home would pull into their driveway, go up the staircase, and that gets them to grade. And they would basically walk from their detached garage right to their side door, and that's that. And then the driveway and access, not even driveway, but the access point to the Defoe condos is just literally one garage door. That's it. One garage door all the way to the top of the hill. You pull in and you're in a subsurface parking garage. You take an elevator up and you have direct access to your residential unit. So not only is it a pretty premium experience for the person who's living there, it's incredibly non-invasive and disruptive visually to anything happening around it. Happy to share. I have sketches that is in Dylan's proposal or presentation here. There were many iterations where each of the 3 units had their own curb cut. While that is maybe more desirable from a marketability perspective, it wasn't appropriate for this historic site. So that's why that was condensed.
Thank you. Zach, if you jump back down to slide 63. This really concludes our third step in the presentation, which is the subdivision itself, which has been facilitated by the dimensional variances in the L8 SUP. So the first step, again, buildings in their locations with their unit count. Second step, the dimensional relief and the special use permit necessary for the density on Defoe, the subdivision, the lot coverage at Defoe. And so if we go down, I have in pages 64, 65, and 66, we have specific requested motions should this board wish to entertain them. The first motion is specific to special use permit 1202K9. I'm happy to go through them in detail, but just structurally, Zach, can you jump down to the next motion? This is the special use permit and dimensional relief. This is organized in accordance with the state law I cited earlier. This special use permit can only be possible with the dimensional relief. This is to allow for the 3 units on about 5,000 square feet. So they need to be considered in concert. And then both special use permits and the dimensional relief need to be voted on prior to the subdivision. That's the order of operations for Unified Development Review. So Zach, go down one more page. The third requested motion is separately for the subdivision. So the way I certainly read state law requires that the motions be 3 separate motions. One on the subdivision, the special use permit that can stand alone. The second on the special use permit that requires dimensional variances, and it's a vote as to both the special use permit and the dimensional variances. And then third, the subdivision. Mr. Chairman, I think at this point in time, I would be happy to answer questions or generally reserve the right to respond to any questions or concerns from the public.
Well, let's open it up to the commissioners. Fellow commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No questions, just as someone who's also been on site as part of insurance and former members of HCC, saw, the 4 subdivision requests. I know it's great to see that motion, the plan, it's much more in keeping with the neighborhood.
Without being a part of it until today, I had the same reaction, but it seems like this has a long tail, a travel of a project that has iterated and probably will continue to. But I think it's well thought out. There are a lot of large lots, large mansions throughout the city that we need to find creative ways to better utilize. And I think this is an innovative way to look at this. So.
I do have a question, maybe it's for Bob. If the subdivision's approved and everything moves forward, if those lots also then apply for another ADU, or is there further development possible once the subdivision is set up?
So an ADU is possible in a single family house. It's possible in a 3-family house. I don't know if that's what they're specifically asking for, but it would be permitted under the zoning ordinance.
So it could be something that comes back to us in the future.
It wouldn't have to.
Okay, but not like a separate ADU.
They could add an ADU. They could add an ADU to these during the development process or afterwards, without needing separate relief, unless it's in a separate structure or an addition. They could do it within the context of the development.
I'm more referring to like another separate structure.
They need to come.
That would need to come back to HTC. Yeah,
and probably to us, because
potentially to you,
depending on the setbacks,
depending on whether it meets
yeah
setbacks and such.
Not having read the HDC most recent report, is that something that was discussed or?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, because I think it's pretty clear that if they add another structure,
It's more.
yeah, it will require further.
Well, lot C wouldn't be allowed a ADU, though, right? Because that's a condominium, not a three-family home.
It's considered a three-family dwelling under the zoning ordinance, regardless of how it's owned.
You could have a fourth.
Right, but who would own it? If it's a, like, a commonly owned apartment, ADU? There's
We,
three owners, right?
I don't know, we could ask the applicant how condo law works related to that. It would be,
or we could ask them if they're proposing to put an ADU in that 3-unit building.
I can speak to condo law in Rhode Island. Is basically the way people own property. It can be like tenants in common, joint tenants. I think everyone's kind of familiar with that, and it can't be discriminated against in zoning. So condo law prohibits discrimination against the condo form of ownership. There are specific call outs for how condo law interacts with ADUs, how condominium associations generally cannot prohibit ADUs, but it doesn't talk about maybe directly answering your question about how ADUs are considered within zoning, but in the same way that zoning doesn't care whether or how you own the house, whether it's tenants in common or joint tenants, et cetera.
I guess more importantly, does the applicant have an intention to add an ADU to the 3-unit building?
No, and not, frankly, I'm afraid they changed the paint color and the renderings after all that we've been through.
Okay, thank you.
Full disclosure, I mean, we want this to move forward in what you're seeing today.
Okay.
So,
Does that answer your question, Mika?
Yeah, I can think of creative ways that you can try to reduce that, but that's not applicable to a degree of amount then.
Dave, do you have anything? No? Okay. Yeah, no need to apologize.
Do we have, Kevin, you mentioned updated renderings a couple times. Do you have them to share?
yeah, if I can be promoted to a panelist, I think to share a screen. But I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it soon, yeah.
Okay, is that something
Yeah.
that people are, I mean, I'm interested in seeing.
Do a brief, quick run through.
Yeah.
Being conscious of the time. We're
Very fast, yeah. I just need to share a screen, and I've got them up right now. Very old image. Wood scary building, to the right. Just along Prospect Street, looking at the house. The corner of the sign. Defoe and Angell. Again, using our imaginations, let's eliminate this garage door. And then looking at it, I mean, this is honestly the most telling photo of all of them. There's not much architecture to look at. This is probably the most significant view of the house. And once complete, you won't see the development that's been added, and that's the whole point. And that's the other pretty significant view as well. So just wanted to share that with everybody.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, let's hear the staff report, Bob.
Okay. So, we have in the staff report laid out our findings, our proposed findings with respect to the dimensional variances, the special use permit, and the minor subdivision approval. So first of all, the findings for the dimensional variance, the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure and so forth. We find that this is there are unique characteristics with respect to this property. This is an oversized lot. It's occupied by a large dwelling towards the center of the lot. Based on plans provided in a review by the Historic District Commission, a subdivision to the rear of the main building is necessary, as it is congruous with similar historic development, and the subdivision as proposed would not interfere with the siting of the building and view corridors from the lot. Also contributing to the unique character are the presence of significant trees, the change in grade. These constraints impede development on portions of the lot and necessitate proposed siting. Subdivision into newly conforming lots is difficult as the building's location does not allow for subdivision with conforming setbacks from the existing building, and results in irregularly shaped lots that also require relief for development as described above. These conditions directly relate to the site's configuration and historic nature and are not related to a disability of the applicant. Number two, the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the ordinance or the comprehensive plan. This configuration has been developed in conjunction with the HDC and stakeholders who found that the proposed plan will conform to the historic district's character. Granting relief is not expected to alter the character of the surrounding area or affect conformance with the comprehensive plan. Next, this is the standard that relates to mere inconvenience. We believe that denial of the requested relief would prevent subdivision of the lot, which amounts to more than a mere inconvenience. So with that, we recommend that you approve the requested dimensional relief as described. I just want to make a note about the special use permit. So there, from our perspective here, there's one special use permit, and that's for the 3-unit building, the 3-unit condo, and that's specifically related to 1202L, which is for single, 2, and 3 family dwellings. This is a 3-family dwelling, and we say here in the R1 district, a single family dwelling. I'm sorry, in the a dwelling unit in a bear with me just a minute here. 2 and 3 family dwellings in the R1A and R1 districts shall be permitted by special use permit. And then we say in the R1 zone for lots of 10,000 square feet or more, 1 dwelling unit is permitted for every 5,000 square feet of lot area, with 1 further dwelling unit permitted if the principal structure is preserved in its entirety. So the special use permit is to get the 3 units on a lot in the R1 district. Because this lot is smaller than 15,000 square feet, which would be 5,000 square feet for each dwelling unit, they also need dimensional relief. So the dimensional variances are related to setback, various setbacks, and then also this requirement that you need 15,000 square feet for a 3-unit building. So there's the special use permit and there's the dimensional relief associated with that special use permit. There's been some discussion about this other standard where if you had a big lot and you didn't subdivide it by special use permit, you could get up to, in this case, 5 or 6 dwelling units. They don't need that special use permit because they are subdividing it. They only need the 1 special use permit for that lot with the 3-family house on it. I hope that's clear. So, you know, I will continue on with the special use permit criteria, and then you can take them one at a time. The special use permit is requested for the 3-family condominium, and as I said, it would require 5,000 square feet per. They don't have that. But so they would need the dimensional relief in order for you to grant the special use permit. Okay, and then there are three general standards for special use permits that it's set forth specifically in this ordinance, which it is. It will not substantially injure the use and enjoyment nor significantly devalue neighboring property, and granting the special use permit will not be detrimental or injurious to the general health or welfare of the community. So, and then we go into this narrative that justifies the overall density, but you're not granting the special use permit specifically for that overall density. You're granting it just for this one lot. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear. So there would be a vote on the dimensional variances. There would be a vote on the special use permit. And then finally, with respect to the minor subdivision, we find that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is in an area that the future land use map is designated for low density residential development, characterized by one family dwellings on separate lots with other uses at higher but appropriate densities. The lots created through the subdivision conform to the neighborhood's character and result in the development pattern envisioned by the plan. Compliance with the zoning ordinance, this will conform to the ordinance subject to the CPC granting the requested relief. Environmental impact, it does not appear that the subdivision will pose significant environmental impacts, as the applicant is required to comply with applicable environmental regulations, and I would add historic district regulations as well. Buildable lot, subject to the CPC granting the requested relief. It doesn't appear that there will be any constraints to development and street access as detailed by the testimony. There's adequate street access provided from Angell, Prospect, and Defoe. So our recommendation is that you should approve the preliminary plan pursuant to the dimensional relief being granted through Unified Development Review, and I would add to the granting of the special use permit as well.
Bob, maybe it's the late hour, I'm trying to follow here, but the special use permit, you said we will be looking at it just for one lot, but the lot hasn't been subdivided yet.
The special use permit is necessary to allow 3 units on a lot in a single family zone, which we allow for in the zoning ordinance.
Correct, but you said they'll apply only to lot C.
That's right.
But lot C isn't present until we do the subdivision afterwards. Okay.
I think this all would be considered as
I was thinking of like in the
one
water.
one big approval. Well, you can't. You can't subdivide until you get the dimensional relief is not from lot size.
Correct.
Per se. It's from setback from the existing house, and then also setback from the proposed. So you could theoretically create these lot sizes, and if the house weren't there, you wouldn't necessarily need the dimensional relief for the subdivision itself. You can't do the subdivision until you get the dimensional relief. You can't do the 3 units until you get the subdivision and the special use permit. So they all work together, but I don't see any inherent problem with taking them one at a time, but they're all dependent on each other.
Real chicken and egg.
Yeah.
So assuming, or if things get approved tonight, it goes back to the HDC for their final.
That's right.
Okay. And what is it they're evaluating?
They're evaluating the design of the new construction and any alterations that would be proposed for the existing house.
Okay. And if they have changes or there's more back and forth there, but we've already put the subdivision through, then that's in place no matter what.
So the subdivision, if they apply for final approval of the subdivision, we would approve it, we would change the map. Any alterations that might come through from the HDC, the lot configuration would be in place, and that would create a constraint that the HDC would have to work within. If the HDC decides that there needs to be a different shape to the new construction, that might trigger a need for future relief from setbacks, say, then it would have to come back to you.
Okay.
But I don't think that's likely, given where things have been so far.
And a question for you, Bob, where would we put the offer that the applicant made for no more than 3 students on any of these lots in the recommendation? Or in the decision, in the vote, would that be?
I think you can make
for the
that,
special use
I think
permit?
you can make that a condition, I think that you can make that a condition of the minor subdivision. That it would apply to all 3 new lots.
How does that carries through exchange of ownership?
It would be recorded with the property, be recorded with the subdivision.
And how would that apply to the 3-unit building?
It would apply to each of the 3 lots.
But is that
That's per,
unit or?
Per unit, yeah,
So that's.
is that what it was?
hold on, let me,
I thought it was per unit.
let's,
No short-term rental.
it's the property, it's the property, it's not the dwelling unit, it's the property.
Those 3.
Yeah.
The whole building.
For
Correct.
any of the individual parcels that we have created.
Correct.
No more than any of the lots. Is that? I mean, it was on the, we can go back to the spreadsheet, that was offered up. Well, or you need to speak on the microphone, but it could, yeah, the 3-unit could have 1 college student in each, or the one unit could have 3 students and no others.
Families.
Yeah, and others. I mean, that's what was written on there. It's the way the ordinance reads. It was offered, so I want to take advantage of
So
it.
to say the restriction applies to property, that per unit, so the total development is a property. You can count on 3 college students in that entire 3 condo room.
Per lot, basically.
The families are not college students.
Families are not college
They're talking about unrelated people living together. That's what they mean by college students.
I'm sorry, if you guys want to have a conversation,
Well-
can you take it off the record,
Yeah.
or do you want to?
I think it just make sure that clarification is correct. That's all.
I'll say this, that is not a condition that applies to a 3-family house in the R1 zone. That is a condition that applies to multifamily in the R1 zone. They're not asking for multifamily in the R1 zone.
Yeah, it was brought up by the applicant, which is why.
It's not part of our staff report. It's not a recommendation of our staff report.
Okay,
Sorry,
we will revisit that again. I think at this point, we're gonna open up the public comment. We'll come back to that. So we've heard the staff report. This is a public hearing. And we're going to open up to public comment. We have 1 individual from the public that has signed up, and if there's anyone who wishes to speak on this application, who's joining us in our virtual room, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Chris Tompkins is the individual from the sign-in sheet.
The salvage for the testimony must be the truth, the whole truth, and what he's talking about. I was thinking, is it like this State your name and spell for me.
You hear me?
Yeah, speak right into it, sir, thank you.
Christopher Tompkins, 198 Hook Street,
Thompson?
Tompkins.
Thank you.
Well, that was certainly painful. Thank you for your public service. I'll make this really short. I can't believe in 2026, when I come here, I go past empty lots, surface parking lots all over town. And we're spending the past hour listening to the carving up of an 18th century estate that's been a single family R1 property since the early 1800s. It's a really sad comment on what's going on in the city of Providence. So I would suggest that this body convene a symposium, seminar. Why is the city of Providence in 2026 sitting here with these vacant lots all over town and nothing's being developed? Why is that occurring? I have some theories, but as I think this body has a great opportunity to raise this issue, because carving up a beautiful estate, which could have been valued substantially, is really sad that we're spending an hour on a Tuesday night listening to this regulatory circus. That being said, this property was purchased in October of 2023. So for 2 years and 4 months, from a visual observation as a private resident, the deterioration of this property has been shocking and striking. If I were an applicant coming to this august body, I would have spruced things up a little bit. I think I'm troubled that maybe there's not enough respect. Then maybe we ought to be setting some higher standards. When people come and spend your time, you're volunteering your time, and they don't even have the courtesy of keeping their property up. I'm glad to hear that suddenly there's some structural work being done to the 18th century Benson house. Well, that's long overdue because it's rapidly deteriorating. And having lived in Providence for 27 years, I know that playbook really well. Things just start to deteriorate a lot. And then they become troublesome. And then people just start to not care about them. There are only about 5 houses in the city of Providence that are from the 18th century. So people need to care and perk up. My final point is there is no hardship here. This is a sophisticated investor who purchased an R1 property in a Providence historic district. There's no hardship. It was an arm's length transaction. He purchased the property. He knew the constraints of the property when he bought the property. So there are no hardships here. Why are we bending the knee for all these dimensional variances when this sophisticated investor knew exactly what he was getting into? People comment, my final point is people comment about the topography being troublesome, being a problem. Well, that topography has been there for about 250 years. So it's been a problem for 250 years. And prior owners have worked with the topography. So you folks can do what you want to do. I just think the whole thing's really sort of sad. That we're spending our time messing around with an out-of-state investor. And, you know, this property is the kind of property that makes Providence rather than Bridgeport, Connecticut. Yeah, when you go around the United States, it's actually shocking how similar everything looks. And one of the few comparative advantages that Providence has compared to everything else on 95 is it's distinctive, it's historic. And now we're just cannibalizing. So let's get some surface parking lots built. Let's get some, and ask some hard questions. Why are they just sitting around for years? People just land bank properties for decades, and nobody does anything. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the physical room who wishes to speak on this matter that's not on the sign sheet? And anyone in our virtual room, please raise your virtual hand or press *9.
Dylan Collin. As the scene goes. Is he gonna rip up maybe a rebuttal before deliberation?
Yeah, the Attorney Conley has his hand raised. I assume he's going to speak to this. But we'll call him back because that's not public comment. He's part of the applicant's team. Okay, with that, we will close public comment. Seeing no other hands raised. Well, one thing I can say to Mr. Tompkins, excuse me, is that we only see the applications that come before us. And a vacant lot did just come before us. The application before this current one we're listening to. So I believe we're trying to actively approve construction on vacant lots, and I agree there are way too many surface lots and vacant properties, and that's something that can talk to the planning department about discussing more. Having said that, could be a lot of other things that happen to this lot, and I think this is probably the best. It's the best as far as the HGC is concerned, and they have a lot of institutional knowledge when it comes to historic view sheds and structures. With that, I guess we'll allow the attorney Conley to speak on this. I think he probably wanted to comment on this, maybe on something else.
Thank you.
Going to deliberations.
Yes, I wanted to respond to two things, Mr. Chairman. One, just in terms of the objection, there was an argument that there was no hardship. I think there is substantial evidence on the record that is proof of hardship. That was the only actual element of relief addressed by the objector. I will say, in terms of his concerns regarding deterioration, I think that's what 1202K9 was written for. I think the purpose of that special use permit is to allow creative development in a way that creates the economics necessary for buildings like these to be saved. The cost to repair these sorts of buildings, the cost to rehab these sorts of buildings is quite commonly more than the value that they would return on resale. So they usually only function as a passion project of the ultra wealthy. And I don't think passion projects of the ultra wealthy is a good policy in terms of preserving historic structures. I do think I need to spend a couple of moments on 1202K9. I understand the city's position is that it's unnecessary. I need to point out that it is an order of magnitude increase in risk of appeal, an order of magnitude increase in risk of timeline to rehab by not including 1202K9. There's nothing in the record that suggests it's a bad idea to approve 1202K9. Whether the staff finds it to be additional The applicant certainly is seeking it. 1202K9 allows for the approval of multiple structures on one lot from the preservation of the Benson building. It has an incredible amount of value to the applicant, and I would sincerely request that this board approve it. We have met all of the criteria for it. We're not requesting any dimensional relief for it. It's specific and objective criteria. It's not even subjective criteria. And so 1202K9 has great value to us, and I would request that this board hear and approve that this evening.
We can get.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Conlon. All right, procedurally on that, I would like to hear from Bob on how he feels we should proceed. Should we make any motions or confirm the standards and move forward?
Okay, with respect to 1202K9, okay, 1202K is the use standards for multifamily or row house dwelling. Multifamily is defined as a dwelling with 4 or more dwelling units on a lot. Okay. 1202K9 says multifamily dwellings in the R1A, R1, and R3 districts shall be permitted by special use permit. And then there was a series of conditions under which they may be approved. Okay. In order for 1202K9 to be applicable, you have to be proposing multifamily. Nowhere on this property are they proposing multifamily. If they didn't have lot lines separating the existing and proposed buildings, if they wanted to have 3 principal buildings on a lot, and the combination of dwelling units, the number of dwelling units in those 3 buildings on that one lot were more than 4 units, 4 or more units, that would be a multifamily dwelling. What they're proposing is a subdivision into 3 lots. One lot's going to have a single family house, another lot's going to have a single family house, and the third lot is going to have a 3-family house. 3-family dwelling is what we call it in zoning. 3-family dwellings in the R1 zone are subject to 1202L, which is single family, 2-family, or 3-family. And then we specifically say, with respect to the special use permit, 2- and 3-family dwellings in the R1A and R1 districts shall be permitted by special use permit. And those, we've walked through those conditions in the staff report. And in my opinion, there is no risk. This is exactly what they need for this. There's under no circumstances, no interpretation exists where any of this would be considered a multifamily dwelling. We do refer to 1202K when thinking about the overall density for the entire subdivision and the resulting development, and we justify the reduction of the lot size for that lot with the 3-family dwelling on it, in part based on the same rationale that underpins 1202K, but we're not invoking 1202K. It's 1202L. And I think,
if I may, if we can imagine a hypothetical where there is an appeal, one of the permits is intensely complicated. It includes 6 or 7 different dimensional variances and a minor subdivision. and the other is just objective criteria. As a way of understanding what that risk is like from a property owner perspective, I am working on a project that the preliminary plan was appealed over 18 months ago. We are pretty close to a certificate of occupancy, and we do not have a decision on whether or not the preliminary plan appeal will be stayed or reversed. So this project can move forward in a format that there's an appeal of a 1202 L8 approval with dimensional variances, if and only if there is an approval of 1202 K9. In the absence of an approval of 1202 K9, this board is creating a opportunity for objectors to kill this project by basically time and attrition. And I would say that that does not meet the goals of the HDC, doesn't meet the goals of the comprehensive plan for all of the reasons we set forth tonight. There's no reason not to grant it. It's basically just only imposing additional risk because why not?
Okay, I think we've heard enough of the applicant on this. Thank you.
Take a minute for deliberation.
Yeah, let's
It's
take.
up to you.
I need another restroom break, so let's take another 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 9 o'clock.
Let's go.
Bob thought it was gonna be a short meeting tonight. He didn't offer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I knew we needed to that.
You did. You said it's
I
goes
totally
better than that. Okay. You guys can't sit at that table when we come back.
Before you go into motion, is
We already closed public comment. We heard the rebuttal from the attorney. We. Okay, we will call this meeting of the City Plan Commission back to order. All right, we've discussed it again, and while I respect Attorney Conley's opinion on this, I have to defer to planning staff and our legal counsel here, sitting here, that we can't vote on a motion that the applicant isn't requesting in their application materials. So there's nothing to do with a multifamily unit here. Therefore, we can't vote to approve a multifamily unit. So we're going to go through this as the staff report recommends, which is the dimensional variance, special use permit, and then the minor subdivision. So let's start discussing the criteria and the items for this, the special use, or excuse me, the dimensional relief requested, which is lot A, rear yard setback of 12 feet where 30 is required. Lot B, a side yard setback of 3.2 where 10 feet is required. Those are the fairly minor ones. And then C is the one that gets a little bit more complicated, and that's the special use permit for multifamily dwelling in the R1 zone. We'll get to the special use permit based on 1202L after we look at the dimensional relief. A rear setback of 4.7 feet where 30 is required. A side setback of 1.5 feet where 10 is required. A maximum building coverage of 63% where 45 is permitted by right. And a density of 1,668 square feet per dwelling unit, where 5,000 square feet is required in the R3 zone. Now, we went through all of the standards for relief for the dimensional variance, and the applicant put on the record testimony and presentation materials that were provided during this hearing, expert testimony, I should say, specifically to the hardship that the applicant relieves is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure, and not due to a physical or economic disability of the applicant. And I think it was pretty compelling that it's a big lot with one large house on it. I mean, we heard from the from the expert, but I do agree that the lot's unique character, significant trees, the walls. I mean, that's all real stuff. We're dealing with the Historic District Commission. I mean, what do you?
I think the testimony that we did have from the audience is something that I always consider, greatly, and I agree to what they say about, these historic properties, et cetera. But in this case, if we're looking at that type of an estate where you can make, kind of balance things and still preserve a lot of it and add housing, we don't see many where that works the way that they were able to present this here. If you look at the three conditions in terms of it's a huge property. The property being where it's located on that lot has created a situation where they have to go for some of these, dimensional, relief. And I mean, I think the one that I would have had the most trouble with the second one, which is, historical nature and the character of the surrounding area, but the HTC, I think, having that on record, and that they're working with them, I mean, they're the experts in that category, and makes me feel more comfortable, moving forward.
Yeah, the smart density, I'm hoping that we see more of, where it's not just the way you can legally subdivide the lot, and build stuff. That would be detrimental to the character of the neighborhood, which goes to the probably the second standard more so than the first, but that the variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the ordinance or the comprehensive plan. I mean, the HDC standards are pretty explicit in this, and the applicant went through an enormous amount of testimony about the view sheds trying to maintain and the obstacles, the charrettes, the difficulties with trying to add density to this site.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert in the field of real estate for these type of properties, but if you look like even at, Newport, there's two ways to go with these properties. One is they subdivide them in some type of condominium that they break them up to, or they're kind of like, what the term saying, passion projects, where they go into like a museum that can sustain it, but there's very limited options with these type of things and limited audience who can just purchase this type of property and make it work.
Then the third standard is that if we didn't provide this or grant this dimensional variance, that the hardship would be more than a mere inconvenience. And I think that's pretty evident because it speaks to the direct testimony of the condition of the house currently, that it's needing significant repair. These large estates are difficult to maintain in this day and age, and a mere inconvenience would be I don't even know how to state the dramatic effect that the further deterioration of this house would be on the surrounding area. The mere inconvenience is as discussed by the applicant would be that they couldn't subdivide the lot, build this extra density, provide more housing, and continue to upkeep the rest of the parcel. So based on that, I would recommend that we approve the dimensional relief as described. Based on the testimony, the findings of fact, and our discussion.
Testimony and presentation, yes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next is the special use permit. And that is related to section 1202L, because the applicant is requesting a 3-family condominium on a lot on the northwest corner of the lot. And the multifamily and 2 to 3 family dwelling units are permitted in R1 zone with a special use permit in lots more than 10,000 square feet or more than 5,000 square feet per unit with an additional unit is allowed if the principal structure is preserved. So if the principal structure is being preserved, that's the large house, but that's a separate lot, right?
That's separate, yeah. Again, that speaks somewhat to this 1202K, but that's not what they're
Which gives the
asking.
rationale for the density of the overall parcel, but not necessarily informing us on the criteria for the special use permit.
You've just granted the density for for those 3 units, and that's one of the criteria is the density.
And that's the special use permit, complies with any conditions set forth with those listed in Article 12. So we
That's right.
granted those by granting the dimensional variance based on the expert testimony that was discussed today. So then the granting of the special use permit will not substantially injure the use or enjoyment nor significantly devalue the neighboring property. And there was significant testimony on that from Ed Pimentel, their planning expert, about the neighborhood, the surrounding area, how they're situated, the house, the furthest, this development of this lot, the furthest away from the next residential abutter and primarily institutional uses directly adjacent to it. And then the granting of the special use permit will not be detrimental or injurious to the general health or welfare of the community. And that was discussed as well, at length. So based on the foregoing discussion, the findings of fact, and the testimony, and application materials from the applicant, we would recommend that the CPC approves the requested special use permit.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. And then the final would be the minor subdivision, which I don't think we need to discuss the 3 college students, or we don't need to do anything about significant trees or anything like that, because that's been testified to by the applicant that they are not removing the significant trees. They've already made accommodations for that. And if they did, they'd have to get approval of the city. Not worried about that. So we've looked at the findings, the consistency, the compliance with the zoning ordinance, environmental impact, buildable lot, street access. So based on the staff report, the testimony that the applicant gave, the subsequent discussion by us, we should vote to approve the preliminary plan pursuant to dimensional relief and the special use being granted through unified development plan.
I still move.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Miguel?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Rachel? And I vote aye. Best of luck, gentlemen. I really applaud you for your ambition on this one. This one looks like an undertaking. All right. The next agenda item is, city council referral number 3605. It's a zoning ordinance amendment. I think you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on one second. We're gonna, before we read this, we're gonna unplug.
Where are you?
Yeah.
She's in the main power.
Yeah, it's the brownish cord, right?
Yeah, it's brown.
Yeah. That brown one there.
Is it this one?
The brown one.
Anything else?
That's it.
Is that it?
That's all I got.
Thank you. Good night. Happy New Year. Way to start, right? All right, this is a city council referral. It's agenda item number 4. It's referral number 3605, zoning ordinance amendments. Bob, why don't you
Okay.
let us know what we're looking at?
Yep, just you saw believe it was a couple of months ago, a significant ordinance that would make some technical changes to the zoning ordinance. As I mentioned earlier this evening, that is advancing, and that will be heard by the city council, an informational session later this month, and then a public hearing in February. There are a couple of things in reviewing that ordinance that we think should be added, and we would like your blessing to insert those as a substitute into the, that larger ordinance. And I'm going to go through these very quickly. There's really just a small handful. The first two under rules of interpretation, we're proposing adding 2 new items to the rules of interpretation. The first one is language that comes directly out of state law. And what it simply says is that in the zoning ordinance, if a regulation is not a use regulation, it's a dimensional regulation. That's all there is to it. I think it's important to, we already say it in the ordinance, but I think it's important to say it up front in the rules of interpretation. The second thing, this was recommended by the law department. And basically what this says is that captions and section headings are not regulation. They're not intended to affect the interpretation of the ordinance. They're there for convenience to sort of categorize things. And the lawyers tell us that this is standard practice in contracts and legislation. And they think it's important that it be there. Okay, the next thing is a clarification. And actually, this was brought to our attention by Attorney Bordoni, who was reading our proposed changes to the row house legislation. As you know, with row houses, they can be on very small lots. These are going to tend to be narrow and deep lots. And then the collection of row houses will result in something that looks a lot wider, but the individual row houses are narrow and the lots are narrow, and the lots are small. For freestanding buildings in residential zones on very small lots of 2,500 square feet or less, we put a cap of 2 stories or 32 feet. Those are detached structures, small houses on small lots. We didn't intend for that height limit to apply to row houses. So we're just making that clear in the 5 residential zones that 32-foot height 2-story limit on very small lots does not apply to row houses. So for example, what they were showing today, those lots were very small, smaller than 2,500 square feet. They're 3 stories. It's going to look like a larger 3-story building. And we think that's perfectly appropriate. Okay, next, we are changing the section on the authority section on administrative modification simply to reiterate exactly what it says in the state law. That language about literal dimensional requirement, that comes out of state law. So we don't want to get into questions of interpretation or distinctions between requirements and standards and regulations. So we're just using the language out of the state law there. And also striking this language about the required vehicular bicycle parking spaces. As we say above, if it's not a use standard, it's a dimensional standard. And this here says, the Director of Inspection and Standards is authorized to grant a 15% modification to any literal dimensional requirement. Vehicular and bicycle parking spaces are dimensional requirements, so there's no need to reiterate.
Redundant.
Yeah, so we don't want to single those out as if they're special. They're just 2 of the numerous dimensional requirements in the ordinance. Okay, next, 1904 B and D. We can thank Lev for this. He caught this. This was one that we should have caught before. Simply acknowledging through this language that it's not only the City Plan Commission that grants approval of land development projects. As we know, minor land development projects that meet all of the standards get approved by the administrative officer. So we're just making that
Like
clear.
all of these on the agenda.
Correct. Yes, exactly. At the end, we tell you at the end of the agenda, those subdivisions and land development projects that we approve administratively. So that's it. So, you know, we lay out in our staff report that just like those other zoning changes, this is fulfilling the requirements of the comprehensive plan. Not just the objectives and strategies, but also the intention of the comprehensive plan to modify the ordinance to keep it up to date, to implement the strategies and goals, and also to be consistent with state law. So,
And this isn't changing the intent of any of these sections, except for rules of interpretation to align exactly with state law. Otherwise, it's just cleaning up language.
yeah, it's just
To
clean,
better
it's just,
clarify
yeah.
and-
I mean, I would argue that 200H, 1903B and 1904B and D are all state law. And then the use table, that's just a clarification. The dimensional table, that's a clarification. And then 200I is strong advice from the law department.
All right.
I know we have
Yes.
there's a member of the public.
Commissioners, do you have questions of the staff? Okay, well, I'm not sure we have to take public comment, but this is a public hearing, so we'll take public comment. And because Lily's been here the whole time, so.
She has, and
We do have a letter from you, by the way, that was circulated. Unlike the last item, we did get.
You got my letter.
We have your letter, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do want to, I with all due respect to Ms. Bogosian, she does talk about the zoning ordinance in general. I'm not sure that she's speaking directly to this regulation, but okay.
Just speaking about the administrative modification, and you may end up saying it doesn't apply here, but I believe that it does. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
You can probably hear me without it. Administrative modifications, I'm concerned about expanding them too far. With all due respect, zoning is complicated, as evidenced tonight and many other times. And I think interpretation errors happen even with the best intentions. So if dimensional changes such as height, massing, or say parking reductions are handled administratively, they lack the level of public visibility, deliberation, and shared accountability that this commission provides, that you provide. And I think it creates risk, not just in outcomes, but in how the public is perceiving the process. I would hope that the CPC would be thinking not only about what decisions are made, but how they are perceived by the public. Residents need confidence that decisions affecting their neighborhoods are made through an open, transparent, and balanced process, such as tonight. When too much discretion is shifted away from public review, it can appear, whether it's fair or not, that decisions are being made behind closed doors. I expect to hear that. And that's even before this change. And I think that perception matters. I only have a few more things to say about it. A lack of transparency has real consequences. It erodes trust, and I believe it fuels opposition, and it makes implementation harder for everyone, including the city and the applicants. Even well-reasoned decisions can be undermined if people are excluded from the process. So tonight, I am asking that the commission take the well-traveled road and preserve its role. To preserve the role in reviewing changes that meaningfully affect our character in the neighborhood, our scale, our parking conditions. The CPC review provides clarity, consistency, and shared accountability. We saw that tonight, and helps ensure that zoning is interpreted carefully and applied evenly. Limiting administrative modifications is not about stopping growth, it's rather about protecting the integrity of the planning process. And that's, cut it short and just say that. So thank you for considering that. I hope that Bob's not going to correct it all and say it's not possible, because I really believe that the public needs you to hear these situations and discuss them so that we can feel like the process is public and transparent. So thank you very much. And for your service, thank you too.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna ask Bob one more time. This isn't changing any of the existing zoning. This is just, especially as far as the 15% modification, that's already in place. And we're
That's
just changing the wording to better clarify.
Yeah.
Out of an abundance of caution.
That's right. And so I think what Ms. Bogosian is suggesting is that there are certain things that you should, or the city council should limit the either the number or the types of dimensional regulations that can be subject to this provision called modification. And I don't think that that was the intention of the General Assembly. Let me just read to you from the state law. This is section 45-24-46. It's called Special Provisions Modification. A zoning ordinance shall provide for the issuance of modifications from the literal dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance in the instance of the construction, alteration, or structural modification of a structure or lot of record. It doesn't say from some literal dimensional requirements. It says from the literal dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance. And as we've just stipulated in 200H, dimensional regulations include all regulations of the ordinance other than those pertaining to permitted uses.
Which is also directly from state law.
That's correct. So, and then it says the zoning ordinance shall permit modifications that are 15% or less of any dimensional requirements specified in any dimensional requirement specified in the zoning ordinance, but may permit modifications up to 25%. We have decided as a city, through you, through the city council, not to go up to 25%. But the law says that we have to allow for modifications of up to 15%. There's a process. If it's up to 5%, the administrative officer is obliged to approve them without it being publicly noticed. If it's more than 5, but up to 15, then the zoning enforcement officer needs to notice it in the newspaper and needs to send out notice to abutting properties. Any aggrieved party has the right to object, in which case it goes through a public process to you or to the zoning board. So, and then there are criteria. The zoning enforcement officer needs to make 4 findings in order to grant these. So, you know, all due respect, I believe it was the intention of the General Assembly that these are relatively minor when it comes to dimensional variances, and that your dockets and those of the zoning board shouldn't be clogged up with relatively minor matters. Now, I know there is some discussion and maybe some disagreement about interpretation of the ordinance when it comes to how a particular dimensional regulation might be modified, but these are sort of fine points of the law that need to be resolved. But all we're doing in this ordinance is reiterating what's already in the state law. We're not giving you any more authority than the state law says we have to give you, and we're not limiting your authority in a way that the state law doesn't permit.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Bob based on this?
I mean, I understand, you know, where the comment come from. People feel out of the loop and changes can be shocking. I think if you figure out how to have a zoning TikTok, maybe people would feel more connected. But, yeah, I understand the how necessary it is for school systems.
Any other discussions or emotion?
I,
Entertain?
for foregoing discussion, the presentation testimony, from the staff report, I move that we make a positive recommendation to the city council to approve, these changes.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote, Miguel.
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Rachel?
Aye.
And I vote. I'll entertain a
Motion to adjourn.
All right, do I have a second? There we go.
Don't even be a second. I'm gonna leave it for that.
All right, adjourn. Thank you.